Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's the final day of Groups B and C today. We're going to firstly reflect on what we saw last night in Group B because we really hyped that group up. There is so many talented players in there. You can see it's been a long night. I'm struggling over my words already. It was such a phenomenal group. Scott Williams and Matt Dennant both averaging over a ton. Matt Dennant with the performance of the evening in that last game.
Absolutely spot on. We did. We built it up so far. We hyped it up, but they delivered. And as a commentator for the first day, you know, it felt like a game of two halves. You know, on the afternoon session, some real hard slog, hard fought, 7-leg games. But last night it was, it was pretty tremendous, and all five can go home very happy.
Most definitely. Who impressed you the most out of the players involved last night?
Hard not to be Scott Williams, isn't it? 97 average for the night, top of the table, and he looks in really good stead to make his way through. But I think we should give a special praise to Matt Dennant. Obviously, he lost his first 3 matches, and then last game of the night, he knew he had to give himself a bit of a chance, give himself a bit of hope to go through, and then he puts in that 104 average to gazump what Williams did the game before.
Yeah, absolutely. But Matt Dennant, even in his game against Scott Williams, he had 3 darts to win the match at tops. So he was performing at a decent level. So there was plenty of hope for him, wasn't there, even in those defeats?
And we mentioned how Scott was one of the impressive players last night, the stand-up player last night. He had match darts against him in most of the matches he had as well. So if that doesn't sum up how close Group B is going to be tonight, then I'm not sure anything will.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to mention Nathan Girvan, who is, of course, bottom of Group B coming into tonight's action. Where is his head at right now?
He's such a mature lad for 19-year-old, and like I said, he's got great people around him. I hope he's not too disappointed. He's learning. You're doing the trade. It doesn't all come to you at 19-year-old. And I try to say to people that you learn more sometimes in adversity. It's been a tough couple of days for him. But, you know, if he's got the right people around him, they'll focus on the positives, work on the weaknesses, and he'll move on from there.
Most definitely. And just a word from you, because Glenn and I spoke yesterday about Scott Williams and how we almost saw the softer side of him yesterday because he was bigging players up. He's very respectful. Some people, I think, misinterpret him sometimes, and they don't really understand when, you know, he's up on the stage and he gives it the big one and he is quite confident and out there. But he is a very respectful player as well, isn't he?
Yeah, and I mentioned on commentary yesterday, when I went over to the Isle of Man and did the event over there earlier on this year, he spent a lot of time with Leighton Bennett, and he was helping him out in terms of the travelling, in terms of being a mentor to him during the tournament. So, of course, we see this great character on stage, and this is what we want to see here at the Super Series. We want to see characters emerge like Scott, but the important thing is, away from the hockey, he's a guy that cares about the sport, cares about the people involved in the sport, and that's what you want. You know, if we can have 2 sides like that to more players, then it's great for the game.
He cares about a no-look 180 as well, doesn't he?
Oh, he loves it, doesn't he?
Absolutely. There were some finishes from him that you weren't particularly fond of last night. Is that something that you feel is just part of the showmanship, or would you like to see him alter that side of his game?
No, I don't think I would change him too much. I just think there's a time and a place. Colin Osborne's been top 8 in the world. Exhibition-wise, when you want 101, bull, there's a time and a place. I'm old school. Boring does her. We said it many times in commentary yesterday. No doubt we'll say it today. But I wouldn't want to change that type of person. Exhibition against Colin Osborne, not for me.
And just a final word on that group, Sebastian Białowski, who made quite a poor start to the evening session, but really upped his game. He showed just why he reached the quarterfinals of the UK Open.
Yeah, I mean, I travelled home with Matty Dennant back to the hotel last night, but, you know, there wasn't an awful lot said about Sebastian as we stood on this stage and chatted about who we think will go through the group. And both me and Henry sort of witnessed like a spark. He lost his first game, he went 1-0 down, we thought the writing was on the wall. Something happened and it just looked different. There was a bounce in his step and he's right in the mix.
Absolutely, and there was a big 1-1-6 checkout from him, which really seemed to turn the tide for him yesterday, didn't it, in his second match. Moving on then to this morning's session, Jamie Kelling currently sat top of the table. We've been chatting to him this morning, haven't we, which is quite a luxury in this event, that we get to have that conversation with them, see how they're feeling going into the session. What have you made of him this week?
I think it's probably been one of the best weeks he's had here. I think he's been the most consistent player. You know what you're going to get with JK. You know the level you've got to play at to beat JK. And I just think today he's got one more push, one final push. And I think just try and empty the tank and just try and get yourself through by hook and by crook. And I think he's got a really, really good chance. He's got a really level head. Everything about his attributes and his composure and the way he goes about his game, you just cannot help but like. And I think on this Friday, when it's the end of a long week for a lot of the players, and you're chasing for the line, I think that kind of composure is really going to help him.
Absolutely, and the first game up today is Jamie Kelling up against Stefan Bellmont. It was the final game of yesterday afternoon's session. Do you see Jamie Kelling getting the win in that one?
It'll be a tough game. 9:30 in the morning. It's really difficult to dictate anything. I've just done my preparation for the day, and it's so much easier to try, because I didn't know Jamie Kelling until yesterday, and the kind of words I was using was respectful. He's just a very nice person, but I saw that grit that you need. He played a good friend in Arron Monk, and to come through that game just showed the determination that you need to succeed on the hockey. And he's got a bright future. It's a tight group. We can't wait to get started.
Absolutely. Your two players to get through this morning?
That's a tough question, because it is sort of in the mix. I'm going to go for the two local boys. I'll go with JK and I'll go for Arron Monk. He's a maverick, that guy. And I say, a lot of the preparation I've done this morning sort of mirrors what I was writing about Scott Williams as well. And as Henry alluded to, you need characters, and that's exactly what Arron Monk's all about. It's like a party in the practice room already, and it's 9 o'clock in the morning. He's good for the game.
Absolutely, and if those two local lads do get through, it'll be like a party in here tomorrow evening as well. Who are your picks?
I want the chaos. I want this place to be loud, proud and boisterous. Let's get the local lads through, but watch out for Stefan Bellmont today, because every single day, if you look at his averages, they're getting better. The one thing that does concern me is the first game of the session can be a slow start. He cannot afford that today.
Most definitely. Right, it's hard not to get up for today, isn't it? Especially when we've got Small Cox in action as well. Join us from 9:30 for the start of this morning's action. Hello, good morning, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's the final day of action in Groups B and C today. I'm delighted to be joined once more by Glenn Durran. We didn't put you off too much yesterday. Glenn, you've returned for a second day.
I had a wonderful day. The long days, but I mean, last night's session was superb, so I'm on a bit of a high this morning.
Yeah, it really, really was phenomenal, wasn't it? Scott Williams setting the standard, especially with that 103.66 average. A phenomenal performance from him, wasn't it?
It's just nice to get to know him a little bit more as well. I think that's even more important. I knew how good he was, and he delivered last night, even though people had chances against him. You know, he's a top-class player. He's going to go far in the game, but it was just nice to see the other side of him as well. Like I said, a very fruitful career ahead.
Most definitely, and he loved those no-look 180s last night, didn't he?
Yeah, obviously, I'm a little bit old school, so, but I thought the 180s are absolutely fine, but, you know, the bull, I think I used the word disrespectful in the comms, but I'll stand by that, but he's what you need for the game. He's a character, and he's reminiscent of, obviously, Arron Monk, and that's what you need in the game, characters.
Absolutely, he's most definitely a character and a showman, I think it's fair to say. But he set the standard, and then Matt Dennant thought, I can go one better than this. A 104 average to end the night. Phenomenal performance.
I travelled back to the hotel with him last night, and he was on a real high. He lost his opening 2 games, ended up finishing second in the group, so he was absolutely delighted he was going home, because at one point last night we were talking it was going to be a long slog for him to get back there. But he's in the mix now, and he'll take some beating tonight.
Absolutely, and it's worth remembering as well, he did have 3 match starts to beat Scott Williams in his opening match.
He said it felt like a long time ago, but what's nice about Matt, he looks ahead. He doesn't sort of self-reflect too soon. He doesn't look back. He just thinks of the positives, and he knew Game 3 was it was a must-win, and he delivered. Well done to the lad.
Yeah, and it's certainly congested going into tonight's action. We can have a look at the league table. There's the standings going into tonight's play. Scott Williams, of course, top of the table. Nathan Gervin there, you can see he's bottom. We were talking about him yesterday, how he'd respond. His performances were fantastic. It was just he wasn't picking up the points. They maybe weren't consistent the whole way through.
The words I've written down, I'll stand by. He's mature. He's got good people around him. And like I said, at 19-year-old, sometimes you've got to take some lows to go with the highs as well. He'll learn a little bit more about himself. His action looked fantastic last night. It's been a fantastic opening 2 days. It didn't go as it went. He might come out tonight, take 4 out of 4.
Yeah, and I think we'll certainly see that Scottish grit from him this evening, won't we? Anyone who's in the same stable as the likes of Alan Suter is certainly not going to give up without a fight. But we move on to Group C. That's what we're focusing on this morning. Yesterday, Jamie Kelling finished the afternoon session top of the crop. He was really, really impressive. As we can see there, taking out the 66, really clinical at the back end of legs.
He's a nice guy, but he's got that grit on the stage that you need as well. So very respectful, lovely to chat to. But when you're playing a good friend like you did with Arron Monk and come through that just shows you the grit that he's needed. And he opens up today with the game against Stefan once more. So it'll be interesting to see how that one goes, because if anyone can get off to a flyer today, it gives you a real opportunity to kick on in this group.
And I think the important thing for him, we've been talking all week about his finishing stats, but he's starting to put all elements of his game together now. There are so many 140s at crucial moments. They were really helping him out as well. It wasn't all at the back end of legs.
I say the beauty of being a commentator, I'm getting to see them a lot more, getting to know them as people and seeing them up close and personal. And it's the first time I've done a little bit of research on him, but to see him like that, I was very impressed.
And as we said, he is top of the table, but we can see Arron Monk also on 6 points. The leg difference, there's not much separating them in that column either. It really, really was a tight group yesterday, wasn't it? So many games go into last leg deciders. Do you predict the same today?
I've just been speaking to Henry. Yes, we do. We think that's how close the group is. And now there's so much emphasis on, the 2 points now. They'll all be keen to get that opening win, because it's so congested. It feels like them 2 points are worth even more. So it's a very, very exciting prospect.
It most certainly is. So first up then this morning, we have Jamie Kelling up against Stefan Bellmont. It was the final game of yesterday afternoon session. Jamie Kelling winning that one. Will it be repeat or revenge? Let's find out. Henry, over to you.
Good morning, Abby. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Friday here at the MODUS Super Series, which is decision day. We already know that Danny Lauby is through to tomorrow night's final, but we're going to find out which 5 players will join him in the Week 9 finals. Jamie Kelling is the man at the top of the table going into the second day's action here in Group C, but don't rule out a run from Stefan Bellmont, who is improving day upon day in this competition. And it only takes one player to make a charge in a group as congested as this to get themselves into the top 2. And that is what they need to do, all 6 of our players, to get their way into finals night tomorrow at 10 p.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV. It's Jamie Kelling then to get us underway in our first game of the day. Owen Binks is our referee on the stage. And will we see another tight day's worth of action?
59.
We saw 9 4-3s in this particular group yesterday. Are we going to continue
96
in a similar vein today? Had a little chat with Stefan this morning. He was having a little
59.
practice on the stage, and I was just talking about what the stage environment's like, obviously back home in Switzerland, things like that, and he basically said that there's not too many opportunities back home where he's able to play on big stages. He mentioned the WDF Europe Cup, which is taking place at this present moment in time, and apart from that, doesn't get many chances in his
60
homeland to play big stage darts. So for him, this is a adaptation process and something a little bit different for him.
140.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Yeah, Stefan's one of them ones. He was on the board practicing more than anybody. It's a much more quieter, more focused practice room in there compared to yesterday. I think they all want to get off to a flying
140. Jamie require 85
for Stefan. And we've said an awful lot yesterday how much he sort of progressed as the week goes on. So he's one player I'm keen to see how he does today.
69.
Once again, Jamie's out the blocks really quickly. Exactly what you want to do. He's left a double after 15 darts there, and Stefan can't finish in this leg.
97. Jamie requires 16.
So a double 8 for our first leg of the day.
No score.
But Belmont will return
Stefan,
for
you require
86 for a breaker throw right from the get-go. Another one of them. Leaves himself a dart at the bull.
61.
And he wasn't too far away, so Kelling gets a second bite of the cherry at double 8.
Game shot on the first leg.
One of the big features of what Jamie's all about is being his doubles. He's probably out the sixth place that Jamie's finishing has been the best. I was chatting with him yesterday, and he said it's nice to sort of hear that.
Stefan to throw first.
Sometimes when you walk on the Rocky and you know you can sort of sense what people are thinking about you, and you focus on your strengths, it becomes really easy for a double.
57.
When I used to play on the stage, I could sort of hear the commentator saying, "This is Glenn's forte, 86." You know, all them finishes there, and Jamie said that's how he sort of felt yesterday.
95.
And you just wonder, the way the group is bunched up, whether that consistency which he has could be what gets him over the line in this group.
Like I said, I think we shouldn't show any bias, but you know he would be bringing an army of a following on Saturday night, and that would just make the atmosphere sensational. So he's a local lad. He's buzzing. He was absolutely over the moon the way it went yesterday.
140.
Exactly that again. He knows if he can get off quickly today. You know, he said these opening 2 points could be huge. Really settle your nerves and then really get into the competition for what is it's a very long day.
It is, and it's 2 sessions
57.
today. Group C this morning and the early part of this afternoon, and then we're back at 10 o'clock tonight to see Group B conclude, where Scott Williams leads the way after night 1. And running average 45. Over the course of the session of 97.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable night. It was a real privilege to sort of sit here. It's you know, you're very close. You're monitoring every dart being thrown. Something I've never done before, obviously.
58.
I've never been really great at being an audience participation or anything like that. So I found that really intriguing, and there was some sensational darts.
That'll be the incentive for the players. The added incentive of
if they return tomorrow night, there will be people on those stools in those chairs watching, breathing, living every dart.
I've wrote in my notes, it'd be no surprise for me, as much as we've
58.
talked about
Jamie
how
require
good that,
86.
Group B was last night, that the winner doesn't come from Group C, because we haven't, we didn't see the darts anyway, the quality was anywhere near what we saw last night. It
30.
wouldn't surprise me come Saturday night that, one of the guys here from Group C can, take the honours.
Well, this has been a nice enough start from Kelling, leaving 56 after 15, and he's going to have the opportunity to break. He
57.
should get 2 darts
Jamie
at double.
require
We talked
56.
about this 50-odd finish last night, and nobody, absolutely nobody, was missing these types of finishing last night. But on the morning
60.
session, people struggled, and that for me was the
Stefan,
huge
you require
difference. And them three darts
132.
there just sort of a reminiscent of exactly with the kind of day that we had yesterday. The guys from last night who were hitting those big averages, but this is the champagne finish. And that's sort of the big difference. So
Correct.
Stefan's looking back now.
78. Jamie require 40.
Double 10 for 2-0.
Game shot on the second
Already,
leg.
that's a big dart.
Jamie
He'd be
Kelly.
feeling really good, and more importantly, a break of throw as well. So as he walked on that stage, he knew
Third
he
leg
was
is
opening up
Jamie
the
to throw
proceedings there.
first.
And if he just sort of knew he was going to be 2-0 up, he'd be feeling good. And just look at the way that dart's sitting there; it's absolutely perfect. This is begging for a maximum.
180.
His first maximum of the day. He hit 7 yesterday, and that was more than he got in the 3 days in Group A. He hit 7 yesterday, 6 across Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday combined.
80.
He's quite an impressive man, very sincere, very committed, great listener. He was keen to sort of chat about some of his
85.
strengths. He really feels he's on the up as well. And I just sort of said to him, find yourself a direction of what you want to go. It's really important just to map your way to your success.
60.
He come across as a very honest and genuine guy, and someone that you'd be nice for him to succeed. Young family, good guy.
One of those who makes time for everyone. He was having a little chat with
140.
myself and Abby downstairs earlier on this morning. Always says hello to the production crew, production staff, and things like that.
100. Jamie required 96.
3-0, and this has really been in the flash of an eye.
I'm just thinking exactly that myself. But because Stefan's on, there's no need to sort of mess about here. Saw an awful lot of double-doubles last night, especially
80.
since the modern way of people sort of with the finishes there. But sensibly, he's just set that up nicely. And after 12 darts, 116, you can't ask for much more than that.
140. Jamie requires 16.
Can he close out this leg? Give himself
Game
a
shot on the
commanding lead.
third
He does
leg.
exactly that.
Jamie Kelling.
Very conclusive. Just what the doctor ordered.
Just doing the right things at the
Well,
right
look at
time. He's
Stefan
just
to throw
going through the right
first.
gears.
A great job so far. It's exactly what he wanted to do. Like I said, Stefan, such a steady, leisurely player.
58.
Not unhurried, as you can see there, despite you wouldn't know he was 3-0 down. Just a little sag of his shoulder there, which you don't want to give your opponent, because Stefan's someone, his reputation, he's not going to give
60.
up. So it's really important that he has that sort of unshakable attitude about himself. We sort of talked an awful lot about how good his scoring was yesterday, so we know he can come back from this result.
100.
And again, chatting to him this morning, he's not going to put any pressure on himself. He's just going to use this as an opportunity to work on bits of his game,
140.
learn about the stage environment, and use this to the best of his advantage when he continues on the Challenge Tour later this year, possibly some WDF tournaments. Oh, that's excellent. And that's his first of the match, his first of the day, and it gives him a sniff for winning his first leg of the day.
And it's got to be a gradual process when you're 3-0 down. You can't start
45.
worrying. You know that old adage of just throw 3 darts, etc. When you're 3-0 down, it's just that gradual. Just set yourself small targets. Just hold your throw. Try and break, and just try and simplify the process
131.
down. And he's doing exactly that in this leg.
This is an excellent leg. He's left double 16 after 12. Just to give him some hope to cling
60.
on to.
Stefan, you require 32.
Stop the runaway JK train.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
stops
leg.
it in its
Stefan
tracks for now,
Bellmont.
but Kelling could reach his final destination, which is leg 4, which are given the 2 points if he can hold throw in this particular
Fifth leg
leg.
is Jamie to throw first.
I think we need to split them on the averages.
57.
And I think people watching, you know, it's very early in the morning here. You know, yes, the guys come early, but after a tough day yesterday, it's not easy to sort of be playing and you're producing your best art. I think the job right now at the
41.
moment is just to get them 2 points. The averages will look after themselves, I think, as the day goes on.
44.
The problem for JK right now, Henry, is that he'll probably see that finishing line. And some of the best advice I ever got was from little Richard Ashdown. 'Cause I had a bit of a reputation of sort of bottling it right near the end. The Martin Adams game, the Scott Waits
137.
game at Lakeside. And he just said, run through the line. And it's amazing that when you're up there sometimes you can hear that positive words. something that can motivate
140.
And Jamie probably just needs that right now. Just think of, you know, what this is all about and just focus on what he's doing, these amazing treble 20s.
Is that why you won a world championship on double free then?
That was the second one.
100.
And like I said, I like to call it a Lakeside title. That's my preferred. I'm a very, very proud Lakeside champion. Extremely proud. Even better than my Premier League victory. My Lakeside.
60.
My Lakeside championships. Yeah, they were very, very special because, like I said, I just got my long service award at work. You know, and all of a sudden now you're in the spotlight a little bit. And
59.
I never wanted fame or fortune. I promise you that. But you know, them memories will live forever, and especially when you have difficult times now. Got to a feeling where
140. Stefan, you've got 164.
So all of a sudden to have them lows, it just makes the story a little bit better. But right now it's about JK. It's a fine 3-1 victory.
98.
So far.
Jamie requires 60.
And if you can take this 60, it would be a very impressive start to the day. Exhale of breath. We know he likes this double.
Game shot
And
on
he
the
shouts
match.
out with a very
Jamie
impressive
Kelling.
victory there. He maintained his quality right through that match. He'd be absolutely delighted with that. An 84.48 average, 33%, very acceptable checkout rate, but most importantly, 2 points on the board, and his day starts on a positive.
So we're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we're going to see Arron Monk for the first time today as he takes on Lee Cox.
Good morning and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen the league leader get off to a flying start in this morning's session. A convincing 4-1 victory for him in the opening game of the day. There you can see an average just over 84 for him, both with a 180, and 4 out of 12 on the outer ring for Jamie Kelling in that one. A really convincing display. He didn't really look troubled, did he? Mr. Consistency with a solid performance to get his day off to the perfect start. And as we can see now, what that does to the league table heading into our second game of the morning, it moves him on to 8 points. Arron Monk, of course, up next. He's got the opportunity to get level with him on 8 points. He takes on Lee Cox in this second match of the day. It was Cox who actually got the win in this fixture yesterday, but here we can see a superb checkout from Arron Monk, a 1-1-5 in that match. It was a real tussle, wasn't it? A real close encounter, one of our many close battles yesterday afternoon. So then, let's head into our second match of the day. Can Arron Monk get level with his fellow Andover player in Jamie Kelling? Let's find out in the company of Glenn Durrant and first Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abby. So what we're going to see from the maverick that is Arron Monk here on Friday at the Super Series, well, it could be absolutely anything. And if we know anything about Arron Monk, I wouldn't want to miss it one bit. He takes on Lee Cox, who, despite not playing at his level best, managed to get 6 points out of the day yesterday and could possibly be one of those players to make a charge today. And now there's 4 players on 6 points. You get the
Okay, first leg is Arron to throw
sense
first. Game on.
that someone needs to make a bit of a charge.
Well, already JK's done what he had to do. I think we've both seen Arron Monk this morning. He looks a lot more focused.
60.
You do feel like he's the rebel of the pack, don't you? He, very reminiscent of how we talked about Scott Williams last night. He looks very focused today. I think he's got a real determination
44.
to get here on Saturday night. You know, one of the local lads. He's not from too far away. And I guess it would be sort of a big moment for him to sort of qualify.
134.
It wouldn't be quiet in here tomorrow if Arron makes it through.
And is it fair to say that's what we want, a Scott Williams versus Arron Monk game with a big crowd?
35.
Could you imagine?
That's what it's all about, isn't it? But it's good that not all dart players are robots, and you know it's really important that we
81.
you know, we see characters. You've used the word maverick there, and people that command attention, and that's exactly you know what you get with Arron Monk. We talked about
100.
yesterday how he must feel to see the Van Gerwens going so far, because he was up there with the very, very best of them all. Very strong mentally, and you know, I'd be very interested to sit
137.
down with him and just how he thinks his careers went. But he's young. He's 32-year-old. You know, the world's still his oyster.
And he started
43.
with some real
Arron
purpose
McGuire,
here. 89
89.
after 12. And in real true command of this opening leg. Doesn't have to think about the bullseye. So went to
49.
long treble 10 tops.
I've stopped sort of predicting exactly what Aaron's going to be doing, because I was looking at double 17 there all of a sudden. So I'll be staying quite a little bit there.
140.
I think the spotter wants
Arron
full
McGuire,
board
40.
today. Tops for Arron. Now 10, so Cox back on 139.
Game shot
And
the
Arron Monk
first
gets
leg.
his day off to the
Arron
perfect
Monk.
start. Holds throw in the opener. And he leads Lee Cox by a leg to nil.
It's probably important as well. Lee's last visit there was a 140.
Second leg is Lee to throw
A real
first.
settler. But already, so early in these cutthroat best of sevens, already this is, you feel it's a must-win leg, because if Aaron
95.
gets on a roll, it can be really, really tough for people to pull him back.
And the crucial thing will be not to lose ground either at this early stage, with it being
55.
so close. And now Kelling on 8 points. Don't want to be chasing 2 players with a game behind in effect.
And peacefully. Do you know, I walked into the venue today, he's the
180.
one person I just wanted eye contact with, and he looked well. He looked like he's someone who's identified his positives and is working on his weaknesses. He was very
99.
candid about the fact he's low in confidence, but he's not shirking the challenge. You've got to challenge yourself. You've got to come to, when you get the opportunity to play in the MODUS Super Series, you have to take them opportunities. And And I'm glad he stopped there, because if he threw in another big 20 there, would have left with a 166 potentially. So
59.
at least he's given himself an opportunity of a finish if Arron does hit the maximum here.
And he's trying everything in the book possible to try and improve his game and find what's right,
96.
find something that can
Lever
click.
167.
And what you've got to remember, these guys are playing now. It's not just about individuals. It's really important that each one who went home last night, and they've got the right people
47.
around them, especially when the table where pretty much all 6 players are still in it. It's nice to have a chat with your partner. It's nice to have a chat with your wife, your parents, just to give you them encouragement. They've played such a fantastic role in
Lever
people succeeding in the
120.
game.
Shanghai for Lee.
2 bulls.
80 scored, yep. 100.
Gonna see it now from Arron, possibly.
132.
Yeah, this is a real exhibition finish. Again, us dart players, we sort of love that. But that can tend to happen dropping low, especially so early in the match.
42. Lee required 20.
2 10s for Cox. Up for 5s.
Game shot on the second leg.
And we are level
Lee
here.
Cox.
One apiece in this one. And I just wonder with that 132, with the bulky barrel Arron
it's
has, whether
Arron
we'd be
to
able
throw
to actually have
first.
fitted a second one in there.
I think if anyone can, it would be Arron. If there's going to be a 170 finish, a 132, you got to sometimes you get a feeling. These
129.
treble 19s. It was just unbelievable yesterday how many 134s there was, and once again, I think we said I'm sure there's a magnet in that treble 19.
100.
You fancying the fish today?
It'd be nice to have something like that. I mean, you dream of as a commentator, a 9-darter. I mean, one of my
91.
huge heroes was John Gwynn. Just the voice, everything, and I'm very happy to say that the only 9-darter he ever emceed was myself. In a little pub in Chorley,
140.
where I guess half the crowd, I was the Lakeside champion at the time, but half the crowd didn't have a clue who I was, and in the second leg I threw in a 9-darter. A
94.
real hero of mine was John Gwynn, and may he rest in peace.
Here, absolute legend of the sport was Gwynny.
44.
Arron Monk here on 187. So many of these players are now using the 19s here, because 3 19s would have left a double 8 finish.
84.
That's a big last out there. Gives him something to work on. That 103 finish, which is very there. But Lee's in this match. Lee's in this game.
87.
That's
Arron
not the
record
worst miss, that
103.
7, that 19. Again, these are 2 very gettable finishes.
Very much so now. Tots are 2-1.
63.
Just above the wire. So Lee Cox
record
now has the
130.
opportunity to break if he can convert the 130. Can still be done. Needs the treble to leave himself a dart at the bull. It won't go, so Monk will return for tops.
58. Arron required 40. Game shot on the
These
third
doubles
leg.
already so early in this
Arron Monk.
competition. It just feels like every dart is so important right now. But I'm seeing a different Lee Cox today. I'm impressed. I think yesterday's done him a world of good, and
Fourth leg, it's Lee
he
to
looks
throw first.
so much more relaxed compared to yesterday. And he's not out of this match. The 130s are obviously it's not an easy finish there, but
100.
he's looking good. I'm really pleased for Lee.
I did have a chat with him outside the venue following the
100.
session yesterday, and he was happy to get onto 6 points, but he knew that there was areas to improve. And as you mentioned a couple of legs ago, he's one of those players that will try
121.
and find whatever formula he needs, and he's working hard on it, and he's very honest about his game, where he's at. He's not trying to hide away from the fact that he
60.
knows he's got to up the levels a little bit here in this particular group, but he's giving it a good old go.
Really interesting to see the mannerisms of dart players as well. Obviously, you have
100.
Pheasant, Arron Monk against Lee, who doesn't really give an awful lot away. It probably is a real clash of personalities in this game, but focus is
140.
there with both, and I think Aaron's a better player when he has this focus. At times I had a bit of a giggle to myself at some of the things he was doing yesterday, but I think that's sometimes when he's at his most
60.
confident. So it's just managing success. It's just managing how you're getting the best out of yourself.
Excellent setup play.
137. Lee require
He's himself on
120.
64. If the Shanghai doesn't go, it's the second time in this match he's been left on it. He finds the trouble this time. One dart at tops.
Game shot the
Excellent.
4 flag.
Absolutely
Lee
excellent. And it is
Cox.
2 apiece. Courtesy of that Shanghai from Lee Cox. That could be a game changer with Monk sat on
Fifth against Arron to
64
throw
for a
first.
3-1 lead.
A very significant move there by Lee. He'd be feeling really good. 2-2. We talked so much
46.
yesterday about how important that fourth leg is there, and really settles him. So he looks good. Out of everyone so far, he's the one who seems to have improved the most overnight. And, yeah, he's flying right now.
Making a real push here. May have wrestled the ascendancy away from Monk.
98.
It's important not to think of what the implications are of a win or a loss here now. You've just got to focus on the job in hand.
140.
He looks like a different player, doesn't he? And I think that's down to him listening to maybe the right people. You know, them 6 points
44.
yesterday. I mean, how he got them, probably we'll never know. But he did. But it looks like he's gone away, and it's really benefited him. And that's what the important bit is. We'll forget what his averages were. We'll forget how his wins were.
100.
All you remember is where you finished in, position, and it'd be a great addition to Saturday night.
99. Lee
People
require
used to say I used to win ugly. Can
121.
you believe that? He also said I've got a face for radio. Maybe someone's trying to say something to me.
89.
Very sensibly he went the 18 there, but that was a little bit too close to the treble 18 for comfort. But all of a sudden he's become a big favourite in this match. And that's a frustrating thing when you're so far behind and then the treble
Lee
20
require
has become
32.
so easy. But this is a very big dart in this match. This is a break for a break.
No
throw.
score.
And that is the difference between good
Arron
and
requires
great.
76.
This 76 could prove vital. There's 71 remaining.
That's a disaster. He's made this very difficult for himself.
2
What's the dart?
10s.
What's the dart? That's
56.
treble 17. I
He
think we both
required
fancied that
32.
double 10 there. But you've got to be commend
Game
what
shot the
Lee is
fifth
doing.
leg.
That is absolutely a
Lee
sensational
Cox.
dart. And sometimes when they just sink so low into the double air, you just think, is today my day? But you've got to commend him. I think he came into this match as a big
Sixth leg is
underdog.
Lee to throw first.
You're playing Arron Monk, who's top of the table. He wants to follow his friend, who's already won his game there. Probably most people would have had
70.
the choice of player here would be Arron. So yeah, giddy up there, young Mr. Cox.
98.
And remember, Monk was sat on 64 for a 3-1 lead in this match.
42.
And that's what we said about these best of sevens, isn't it? Already just one, just that throw of 70 followed by 42, all that hard work from the last leg. You just think it feels like it's been worse, but
57.
it hasn't been capitalised by Arron. And this is where you see the mannerisms now. It's great to see, and this is where you can't take your eyes off Arron.
140.
Really beautiful darts. He's looking really good this morning, is Lee, and he's now a big favourite for this match.
85.
What would he give for a 140 right now?
Tunnel do.
60.
He can't find it, and so if Monk can plonk in a couple of trebles here, then suddenly he'd be favourite for the leg.
96.
To show that last dart was the right way of going there. It's not left to finish, so Lee will be really happy. He'll feel confident now that he's got 6 darts here for the match. But he needs a treble.
57.
Going to go up for 20s for the last start there, Arron. So can Cox pop the cork with a champagne finish to finish this game in style?
125. Lever
If he's going to do
132.
it with all the pressure in the world. It's not the greatest the first darts there. Had he hit that there. Advantage Monk.
86. Arron, you require 40.
Double 10.
Great marker.
30.
And you can see a picture paints 1,000 words.
They require
You don't need any
46.
commentary on that point there.
Yep. You had 100 left after the 2 darts.
Don't doubt Mr. Bingsley. Don't doubt the guy. Just focus on that 46. Get your eyes on the prize.
So for the match, 2 18s
Game
to get
shot
his
on the
day off
match.
to the perfect
Lee
start.
Cox.
Lee Cox joins the party on 8 points alongside Jamie Kelling as he gets the better of Arron Monk by 4 legs to 2, an average of 85.56. The solitary max in the match, 4 from 9 on the doubles, a high checkout of 120 as well, and that Shanghai could have completely changed the game with Arron Monk sat on a finish for a 3-1 lead. So Lee is off to the perfect start. We're going to take a short break as we see Small against Parry.
Hello, good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've just seen a bit of a shock really in our second game of the day. It was Lee Cox who won that one 4-2 over Arron Monk. As Henry said in commentary, not his best yesterday, but still able to get 3 wins on the board, and that certainly gave him confidence coming into this morning's session. He looked settled and at ease in that match there. You can see a Shanghai finish from him in that match. 4 out of 9 on the outer ring. Really clinical display from him. Arron Monk looked really good at the start of that match, didn't he? But Cox just superior in that match, especially towards the back end of it. Let's see what that does to the league table then. And that takes Cox up to second in the table. Jamie Kelling still top with a far superior leg difference. Both of them on 8 points. Kurt Parry and Arron Monk on 6. Stefan Bellmont on 4. And Alec Small on 2. We do have Small against Parry in our next match. And it was Kurt Parry, the 4-1 winner in this fixture yesterday. We can see him in action there against Lee Cox in yesterday afternoon's session. In this fixture yesterday, though, it was Parry who averaged just shy of 90 in that match. Alec Small looking for just his second victory in Group C. But I believe Glenn Durrant had a little chat with him yesterday, so I wonder whether his words of wisdom will be evident in his performance this morning. Let's find out, shall we? Glenn, what did you say to him?
Actually, I do really want to speak to him. I mean, it was just a couple of passing words to him, because while he's in a competition, the last thing you want is someone coming over and disturbing what you think. But I told him I believe in him. I told him that he's got a bright future. You're not a champion for nothing. And come out today and just, as if, just play freely.
Hey, first look, it's Alec
That's the type of
first.
personality and attitude
Game
that the
on.
guy has, and just give it your best today.
The one thing I like about Alec is no matter what the situation is, he's just the same
140.
character, isn't he? He doesn't get himself too high when he's high or too low when he's low.
Like I said, I'm still getting to know people, so the last thing I want to do is stick my nose into someone's business. But if you want to have a chat,
45.
just because I say when you're sat this close to people, you sort of see things where maybe things can be improved. But I
93.
do believe in the lad. If he ever listens to it or goes back, he knows where I am.
140.
He says he has to win this opening game of the day to give himself a chance of getting through.
Absolutely, it's a must-win. I hate that term, must-win.
52.
But so early in the day, you need that momentum. If he really needs to go through, big 5 out of 5 today was probably would be
100.
unbelievable. 4 out of 5 minimum, really. So you need to get him up and running right now. But look at him, he's starting off fantastic.
140.
If I was him, I'd just pretend every game's a best of 3, just break them down, because to win that champion of champions in that format, you must have some talent.
60. And it requires 76.
76 then for the opening leg. 25 and ball. The ball's high.
28.
And so Parry
So
returns
156.
for 156 for the breaker throw.
100. Alec require 48. Game shot on the
Talked
first
about
leg.
double 3
Alec
being a
Small.
lakeside winning double for me. 48, I hit twice in the other 2 ones, so it is my favourite finish out there, 48, and he done that absolutely.
Second leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
Let's talk about Kurt. I just get a feeling that he may be the one that we haven't spoken up enough. 6 points following
85.
his opening day's play. And again, he could quietly go under the radar in this group.
Well, if you look at my notes,
95.
if you look at my notes, you can see I've got notes on what I've been seeing and what I've been making, just jotting down things. And the least I've written is
55.
about Kurt. But, his throw is as good as anybody that's playing today. In fact, they've both got very nice throws.
180.
But what I really like about him is, you couldn't tell if he was 3-0 up or 3-0 down. He's very steady. And that's a
100.
great attribute to have. And, that's what I said to him as I was leaving last night. He comes across as a very
140.
placid, nice guy. But he's up against it right now. But, I mean, look at that throw. Not an awful lot can go wrong.
125. Alec require 86.
What a start this has been from Alec Small. He's now looking for a 12-dart leg if he can pin the ball.
61. Kurt, you require 136.
You feel that this is like a must finish already. So, we're seeing a different Alec Small already today. And look what he needs.
28.
Talked so
And
much
you require
yesterday about people
25.
practicing on finishing, and 25 being right up there with the very best, because it comes up so many times.
Game shot on the second leg.
Who is this
Alec
guy?
Small.
We're seeing the real Alec Small. Please stand up. And isn't it great to see?
So look, it's Alec to
You
throw
take a
first.
beating, you're bottom of the league, you come back, you're bottom of the league again. Some people could fold. What's this guy doing? He's coming out and
140.
playing his best start of the week right now, and just peppering that 100 average quality.
It's as if he's playing with a bit of freedom. Because of that, he's just relaxed and
92.
enjoying himself.
It's as if he's found some inner motivation. Someone said something to him. He feels relaxed because he's
140.
bottom of the league, and he's just playing with that freedom that I talked about. But He's just easing the dart in right now. It's all looking pretty easy for him.
125.
Even this leg, it's taking him over into a 3-digit average.
57.
And sensibly, he's not, he's left to finish there after 9. No matter what Kurt does right now, he seems to be a dart behind everything that Alec's doing.
98. Alec, 164.
Well, he doesn't have to go for the bullseye, so he can just set it up nicely.
96.
Which he does. Now, the highest average in this group is 93.71. That was by Jamie Kelling in that 4-3 win against Arron Monk. They're the only two 90-plus averages
58.
in this group
And he requires
thus
68.
far. So this is the statement performance thus far. And now he's looking for double 16 to open up a 3-0 lead. But can Parry bring it back to 2-1? Another for double 10.
180.
Well, that would have been some way to stop the
And he
small
requires
charge.
32.
It's just a lovely pace to what we're watching here. And Alec, that's a tough dart, but he's moved across to the hockey there to widen the bed.
24.
And that's the difference.
You required 10.
That is that difference. You get that chance, you have to take them. But double 5 is something that's not an
Games
easy
on the
one.
third leg.
But he'd be
Kurt
delighted to do
Parry.
that. You can see him just look at the scoreboard, puffs out his cheeks. He's back in this match now, Kurt Parry.
And despite the dominance from Alec Small,
Full
those
leg, it's
missed
Kurt
doubles
to
have
throw first.
come back to cost him.
Game
2 for
on.
9 on the outer ring.
And how many times have we seen that this week? I don't think I've seen many games where someone's gone into a 3-0 lead. And all of a sudden, it looks as if he tightened up all of a sudden there. When you could
60.
sort of see that opportunity of going 3-0 up. But once again, he's back in that treble 20. He just makes the game at his best look very easy.
180.
And that's his second maximum of the day.
Effortless from Alec as he moves through the gears.
85.
Yeah, this is the best I've seen him of the week. It's just, and he's getting quicker.
140.
It's all about rhythm at this point. He's barely aiming a dart.
97.
It's just all muscle memory with him now, and that's the thing you wouldn't want to curb. But there's things I would love to sort of work with him on.
64.
But you don't want to take away that incredible rhythm, Michael Smith-esque. There's probably one of his big heroes.
95. Alec, 117.
The perfect first dart. It's not the easiest one for the tops there. Doesn't surprise me that he's moved there.
Game
But
shot
what
on the
a finish
fourth
that
leg.
is. Alec
Alec
Small,
Small.
you're playing tremendous this morning. Averaging over 96 now with a 117 finish. Now what you've got to do is finish
Fifth leg,
the
it's
job.
Alec to throw first.
Kurt's up against it now. He's going to have to break him twice to win this match.
We said this was
44.
must win for Alec Small. We said that he needed to get off to a good start. This could be as close to a perfect start as possible
60.
against Parry. It would bring him on to 4 points, level with Stefan Bellmont, and then only a couple behind the
140.
chasing pack on 6. It should be Parry and Monk, with Kelling and Cox at the top of the table on 8 points.
97.
Just looks a different player, doesn't he? Isn't it great to see?
100.
Really spices this group up as well. I'm sure people in the practice room are all shouting for Alec as well, because it will really
95.
bunch up the pack and stop anyone sort of running away. I think the happiest man in there will be JK.
It's in his hands. Not just is he on 8 points, but the legs difference is
139.
5 in front of the next best player on that figure, and that's Kurt Parry, who could see his +2 decimated into minus numbers if
100.
Alec Small can
requires
take out
78.
this 78 for the match to wrap up an impressive display. The bullseye to win it.
29. Okay, 149.
Right
99.
then,
Alec
Alec, this
requires
is your moment now.
49.
49. Just a little bit of composure. This has been a very impressive performance from the young man.
33. Okay, you require
difference.
50.
Not over yet. Tops for Parry for 3-2 and a breaker throw.
In a match you don't feel he's sort of been involved in it. He's been second best
30.
all along and doesn't take that opportunity. There's the frustration. But what I like is Alec, for the first time, is just
Alec, it
taking his time.
requires 16.
This is a much better preparation to the hockey.
He stares down double
Game
four and gets
shot on the
double four
match.
to put
Alec
himself
Small.
on to 4 points. That is a huge victory for Alec Small. It keeps him in the hunt for top honours here in Group C at the MODUS Super Series. Let's have a look then at how this game unravelled and unfolded. An average of 91.35, 2 maximums to Alec's name. 4 from 15 on the doubles is something he might want to work on in the little break he's got between matches. And that high check out there of 117 seals a 4-1 victory for Alec Small. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see the man who stands on top of the table in action. It's JK up against Lee Cox.
Hello, good morning, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Alec Small come through convincingly against Parry. There we can see the stats from that one, an average in excess of 91 from Small, and there we have it. That's the Alec Small we've been waiting to see this week, isn't it? Can he make a bit of a late charge in Group C? He's going to need to improve on his finishing stats. As you can see, just over 26% checkout success in that one. So that is an area where he's going to need to improve, but some really, really crucial 2 treble visits in that match from him. And we can see what that does to the league standings as we're about to head into the 4th match of the day. It's still Jamie Kelling leading the way. He's up next, of course, against Lee Cox in the match between the top 2 players in the table, but a really important victory for Alec Small that moves him on to 4 points. So then it is Jamie Kelling up next against Lee Cox. This was a bit of a cracker yesterday, wasn't it? The top 2 in League C, but Lee Cox coming through a last leg decider from 3-0 down in that match. The 56 checkout to seal the victory in that match. That was a superb contest, one of 9 4-3 matches in Group C yesterday. So will this one follow suit this morning? Let's find out in the company of Glenn and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. And for one of these players, they'll be the first to get onto double digits in this group. And that is a significant landmark because you can then see the finals ahead of you. You can see the light at the end of the darting tunnel. But who, Glenn, will get onto that figure?
I was going to ask you the question, do you think 10 points would be enough to qualify, or do you think we're looking at 12, 14 points?
I think 10 puts you on the hill. I think the way that the group is bunching up, I'd say 12 may be enough. I think 14, though, does guarantee your place tomorrow night.
But what a motivational boost it must be to get into double digits. I think that's what both people are playing in. Is it the two players who you thought at this point would be challenging for the top? I mean, I think we both were quietly confident that Arron Monk would be maybe top of the group come by the end of the week. He's got a lot of work to do now, and you know, obviously seeing Jamie for the first time, sort of batting in the corner of Lee.
First, like it's
I
Lee
know
to
how
throw
he feels
first.
going into this competition.
on.
It takes a big man when you're not playing well to put yourself out there, and he can be very proud of himself.
And the important thing is he's found a way to win games. It hasn't
40.
always been pretty at times, but he's got the points on the board.
I'd say yesterday, absolutely, it was poor and somehow got 6 points. But I thought this morning, it was a real catalyst for him.
100.
And I'm expecting big things, but he's not had the greatest of starts there. And he'd be looking to get into that lipstick, which he's done exactly there.
140.
He's a different man, doesn't he?
And the prowess in terms of 140s was evident in that 4-2 win against Arron in
57.
game 2.
It was an assured performance, wasn't it? Probably something that we didn't see yesterday. And like I said, I'm looking at body language, and he just looks a different person.
140.
He just looks a different man this morning. And apologies for repeating myself, but it's when you see someone having the struggles. But Jamie's not going to give him this. They both understand what the implications are to go top of the league right at this point now. A third of the way through, it's a big moment.
65.
Good counting. Once again, people using that bullseye there, the treble 19s. It's nice to see that the board management is here.
Here's yourself
55.
116 after 12, and Kelling can only leave 149. So, for 1-0 lead, hold a throw. As that sneaked in, it had
60.
not.
Jamie, 149.
It looked like it for a second.
We haven't really seen that big finish. This is what I'd like to see today. That 149 is something that really changes the game.
97.
But we have seen this many
require
times.
56.
Where the quality of these Group B and C has been brilliant. It's not the end of the world, a double top. We could have done him a favour, double 8.
48. Jamie required 52.
That's exactly what he didn't want to do. And Jamie, as we've talked an awful lot about, his finishing is his strength. Is he going to answer to that? Double top for the lead.
32.
Didn't expect
Lee
that.
require
I don't think he
8.
did with that reaction.
2 4s.
Game shot on the
He
first.
gets away with it in the end.
Lee
He takes
Cox.
the opening leg, and a leg that he dominated, but gave JK the chance. And for once this week, Kelling wasn't
So
up
look at Jamie to
to
throw
the opportunity,
first.
up to the chance.
You've got to take them opportunities as well, but he doesn't need me telling that. He knew that. You could just tell by his reaction.
85.
And you can just see there's body language. I think he's beginning to realise I'm in with a chance now, and he can't start thinking about Saturday night. That's the worst thing he can do.
59.
He's just got to focus on the job. He knows he's very, very capable of beating Lee. But Lee, who would have said? I think I'd be saying this yesterday. He looks like the form man of the 6 right
60.
now, and he takes this early lead. And it's sort of reminiscent of yesterday, where people had big chances, and he just somehow was coming through games. Lee.
100.
Sometimes you just got to be the opportunist in chief.
But them 60s, he's turning into hundreds now. Them hundreds, he's now turning into 140.
60.
He's the one making the big move right now.
You were saying to me after the session yesterday that he was going to have a little bit of a practice with Colin Osborne, who was obviously preparing for
58.
his evening session. I wonder whether a little bit of time with the Wizard may have helped him today.
That's the last thing I would have done. I would have told him to get home to his family, get back to his hotel,
100.
and just sort of, just reflect, just get yourself motivated, get yourself positive, get some good food, hydrate yourself, and just focus on you, ready for today.
60.
It was already a long morning yesterday, and that's the last thing I would have wanted him to do was to stay out. And even though you would get the words of wisdom from someone like Colin Osborne, you've got to focus on yourself.
Which is exactly what
180.
JK has done there. He's himself double 8 after 15. However, if Cox can
100.
find a
Jamie
second
requires
treble, that
60.
would have been under severe pressure. So double 8 for Kelling
Game
to
shot
level
the
us up.
second leg.
And it just sneaks
Jamie
in. There was a
Kelling.
danger there that could have gone underneath into the double 16. And the way his darts float, and we could see
So
just a
look,
little
Lee
bit of
to
a
throw
shadow. It looked as if
first.
potentially it could have gone in the top of the 16s.
Well, I think the way his bottom lip came up there, I think he realised he's got away with that one.
140.
You take any deflection, and that's exactly it. Went in the double. That's all he needs to do, and he needs to move on.
A deep exhale of
43.
relief for JK. But that's a plum first dart. Plum second.
140.
He'll take back-to-back 140s at the start of this leg.
That's his fourth 140 of this game already. He's outscoring
41.
Jamie. They're both on 33% on the finishing. It's still a very even game and all to play for here.
90.
Once again, the use of the bull, and he's got a big, big lead here. Jamie just probably is already thinking of the next leg. And sometimes that can help you relax, make things easier, but
24.
just virtually
He
giving
131.
Lee the leg here. Lee just has to do nothing stupid right now. And that's absolutely perfection.
99.
Absolutely wonderful darts. To leave 32 after 12. Job done.
For a potential
60.
13 dart
Lee
leg
requires
and
32.
stamp his authority on the match.
No score.
He is going to return with Kelling all the way back. He's back in Andover, isn't he, in this leg?
100. Lee requires 32.
Just finish the job now, Lee. Get on to the next leg.
Game shot on the
That's
third
exactly
leg.
what he's done in that point.
Lee
That's
Cox.
a leg that Jamie will want to forget very quickly. But now it's the fourth leg. Is it a big move again from Lee?
Fourth leg, it's Jamie to throw
Or is
first.
Jamie going to even up the scores here? Jamie opens up with his perfect and favoured first start. This is smacking to be a
140.
beautiful 140. That's his second of the match. He's hit the only 180 in this game as well.
100.
And we talked yesterday, them hundreds are so much more satisfying when you hit that treble with the last dart.
92.
Incredible how the psychology can differ, even though it's the same outcome.
And that's what I'm trying to bring to the comms box, just maybe from the eyes of a dart player up
100.
there, and just the thoughts at what we're thinking when we're up there, and that's what I'm trying to get across to people. You know, feel free to ask any questions. Get yourself on
99.
your social media.
At MSS Darts is where we're at on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Do give us a follow and do get in touch
82. Jamie record
with
170.
a Lakeside legend.
Maybe if I didn't want this 170 so
44.
much, maybe it'll go in then. But he's given Lee an opportunity now. 219 is not the greatest of setups, and that's not going to help him. That's a very, very
17.
disappointing throw.
Jamie
you
record
can see there.
126.
It would be sensible here to stay on the 20s. That's exactly what he's done, just purely based on the fact of what Lee scored there. Very
44.
sensible. But once again, sensible doesn't always win, as he nearly falls off the hockey there. So he's still giving Lee another chance. A 140 here. He could go bull here, but do you know what?
140. Jamie record 82.
Because as a dart player, that 25 will shrink so much. That's a good dart. Big 17. Double top for 2-2.
62.
Dragged it,
Lee
pulled it, and
requires
you can see in his
62.
reaction following the dart. And so 62 for a break of throw and a 3-1 lead. 20 or 12. 12 for tops.
Game shot on the
What a
fourth
3-1
leg.
lead.
Dart that was.
Lee
what
Cox.
a huge dart. You talk about game changes, you talk about momentum, you talk about people making a move. That dart there's the biggest
Fifth
one
leg,
in
it's
this
Lee to
group
throw
so
first.
far. And once again, just suck that air in. It's really important to breathe at this point. People, if you hold your breath, that's when your adrenaline is rushing through your body with a finish like that. So it's really important to exhale. Like I said, exhale equals confidence. That's what I say to people.
Dimitri perhaps being the best
100.
example of a player that will control his breathing, his movements, just to keep himself at as even a kilter as possible.
I thought he was taking it too far.
85.
You know, I used to watch him as a young kid, and he's worked on the way the breathing is, you know, the mindset. But for me now, he's one of the strongest in the world. I remember the game with Gerwin Price where he never looked at him once in the whole match. So he was right, and he's as strong as they come now.
60.
Because I can imagine if you overbreathe, it actually gives you anxiety.
That's what I say. You've got to work on. You've got to work on. But the amount of adrenaline that's going through Lee's body when that tops goes in there, it's got to be managed. It's got to be managed because you can go up there and all of a sudden you're flinging your darts all over. And that's why that breathing is so important.
140. Jamie Brook,
Excellent visit.
161.
So 161 for the break back. And so Cox will return for 156 for the match.
65.
For a 4-1 lead.
56.
And to put him onto 10 points in this group and to put him in the box seat to progress. But Kelling will return for 96.
Jamie require 96. $56. Lee require 96.
Fantastic opportunity now for Lee to take this match. Decisions.
56.
Decisions, but
Jamie
they both leave
require
themselves
40.
tops. Who's got the bottle to put this in? We've talked so much about
Game's
his
on the
finish,
fifth
and then he
leg.
delivers once again.
Jamie Kelling.
That wasn't an easy dart with Lee breathing. And see the respect there between the two guys, a little nod between each other. Something I like to see.
Sixth leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
It's a break as well.
Game on.
And so Kelling has the darts in the sixth to send us all the way to a deciding leg. And considering we had 9 of them yesterday, we're yet to reach leg 7 in Group C on Friday here at the Super Series.
You just feel this had 4-3 written all over it.
140.
Lee has other ways. He's really hitting those 140. That's his 7th 140 in this match. That's superb darts from the guy I was watching yesterday. This is a major improvement.
Although I found out it's not just you who've been supplying the 4-3s this week. Apparently Abby was reporting on the WSL on Sunday, and
59.
she had a 4-3 herself. So
That's
maybe
Villa,
it's
wasn't it?
Yeah, Villa against City. Maybe it's the theme of the week.
Yeah, poor Abby's off to Bradford versus Wimbledon.
100.
It's a 6 o'clock train in the morning, so no rest for the wicked.
Mark Hughes, the manager down there these days.
Yeah.
56.
Bradford was one of them teams. I was a big follower of Middlesbrough from maybe 1987 to 1990.
60.
There was a player there for Bradford called Ian Ormondroyd. He must have been about 6'10". Yeah, ex-Derby man. That's how bad he was. Up the Rams.
140.
What a 140 that is for Lee.
Just for a bit of context, our spotter is a Derby County fan.
And he's given me so much stick.
59.
But what
Leave
an
at
opportunity now
106.
for Lee Cox. 106, 6 darts. This puts him on double digits. And he set
98.
that up absolutely beautifully. And there's that wry smile for Jamie when he realised he hasn't left to finish.
And so 2 fours
57.
for double
You
digits
require 8.
for Lee Cox.
Is this a foregone conclusion?
Game
It
shot on the
absolutely is an
match.
absolute
Lee
outstanding
Cox.
performance there from Lee Cox. The guy goes on to 10 points, an 82.78 in his assured performance, 40% on the checkouts. Jamie Kelling will be a little bit disappointed he goes back there, but he's right in the mix. Next up, Stefan Bellmont, Parry.
Good morning and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Lee Cox win the battle between the two players at the top of the league standings. There you can see it, a 4-2 victory for him. Cox proving a stiff challenge for everyone this morning, isn't he? Taking his chances in that one, far superior to the performances he put in yesterday. Some big 140s from him in that one. 40% checkout success in that one. Jamie Kelling not as clinical at the back end of legs as we saw from him earlier on this morning, and indeed yesterday, dragging a number of darts low, especially at tops. We can see what that does to the league standings then. Lee Cox leapfrogging Kelling into top spot. It is Kelling who's got the superior leg difference, but Cox the first player into double figures in the league standing. Next up then, we've got Belmont against Parry. Here we can see what happened at the end of that one yesterday. Neither of them overly convincing at the back end of legs, but Stefan Bellmont with this 119 out to win that match. That was by far the best checkout of that match. So then, heading into this one, who will come out on top this morning? Let's find out in the company of Glenn and Henry.
Cheers, Abby. You sense that for both players, this is must-win territory, especially for Stefan Belmont, who is on 4 points. He could see himself stranded towards the bottom end of the group if he is defeated here by Kurt Parry, the Welshman, former development tour winner back when it was called the PDC Youth Tour back in 2013. But what can Belmont, nicknamed Belly, do here on Friday at the Super Series? A Challenge Tour winner in 2022. He's got the pedigree, but can he find the charge on Friday, Glenn?
Belly, that's a nickname. I'm glad it was with a Y and with
Okay,
an
first
I
I get
and not a Y
Stefan
there.
to throw
I
first.
can't pick a winner in this game.
Game on.
I said each game now is bringing up intriguing stories, and you do feel if Stefan doesn't win this game, it's going to be a long, hard road to qualify for Saturday night. With Kurt, he sort of stalled a little bit. You know, that loss to Alec probably was a game beforehand he thought he was probably going to go on and win.
95.
But an inspired Alec Small was, you know, had different ideas there. So an intriguing match. No one's going to rush Belly, that's for sure. He's, like you say, he's
60.
unshakable. He looks like he'd be a great anchor when he goes to the European Cup next week. I don't know if he's the captain of the Swiss team, but he just looks like a very calm
140.
Sometimes the best leaders aren't the ones that say a lot. They're the ones that only say what they need to say, and when they do, it makes more of an impact because you know it's
100.
important.
I think you'll get the 19s will come into this throw here.
46.
The magnet's gone. Yeah, but it's been a heck of a couple of weeks for Stefan. Like I said, he had the challenge too, and he said that didn't go as planned.
100.
The Super Series, which I guess you could say it hasn't gone as planned, and next week he's off to Spain. I think it's in Valencia this year for the Europe Cup. An event I really enjoyed. I think I played in Romania. Scott Waits.
24. Stefan, you've got
Scott Mitchell.
156.
Yeah, we were a terrific team in them days. The old Jammy Dodger. We were very, very good that week.
Wouldn't mind a trip to Valencia in
60.
September.
Yeah, I think yeah, I got Romania in February, something like that.
85.
Looked like it was going to be a nice set. How many
Stefan,
times
you
have we
require
seen this?
96.
96 this week. And really, it's all about that first dart. Now he's got a decision to make. He's gone all school for double 8.
Game shot on the first
Absolute
leg.
precision.
Stefan
Tungsten toss in
Belmont.
there from Stefan Belmont. He takes an early lead in this game.
Been hanging around Chris Murphy, does a
Second leg, it's Kurt to throw
tungsten
first.
tossing.
Oh, is that a terminology he uses?
The Murph special. He's in Belgium this weekend for the
42.
European Tour, which continues.
Yes, I'm going to get me phone out a little bit later. I love to watch them in the European Tour. What an experience. And that was fascinating last night, talking about
100.
Matthew Dennant and going back to the hotel with him last night. And he said what a difference the online league in Southampton compared to the Super Series in Portsmouth.
82.
And he said it's reminiscent. The stage, the lights, the colours is very reminiscent of a Euro Tour a stage. And he said some people who did really well at the old online league may struggle on this one. He said it's as close to playing on a stage, and in particular Euro stage, as anything he's played on before.
139.
Which perhaps isn't a surprise why Scott Williams did so well. Yes, a man who's played a heck of a lot of matches on that Euro Tour this year.
134.
Actually, it looks like a crowd from Gibraltar on the Friday afternoon, this one that's in there today. That was a bit of a shock to me to qualify for Gibraltar, and I went in there.
100.
I honestly think there was 5
144.
people. I think I played Chris Dobie or Jamie Hughes, someone like that. There was 5 people in there, Gibraltar.
I get more watch me down the pub, but then that's to see me miss double one for the 17th time.
100. Currently record 138.
Ladella.
78. Stefan, you require 44.
Absolutely intriguing the way these players are using the treble 17, 18 and 19s. I mean, I was instantly looking at treble 20 there. Double 16. For a decisive lead in this match.
12.
Once again.
You require 60.
Once again, he falls short. Not the end of the world, double 10.
Game shot on the second leg.
This and that.
Kurt Parry.
And he makes parity at 1 each. Both hold and throw there. Absolutely nothing in this game. Averages are very acceptable.
Third gets Stefan to throw first.
It's going exactly the way we thought it
Game
might
on.
do. This one could and probably will go all the way.
Parity for Parry, I like it.
Getting it in.
You're a poet and you don't even know it.
57.
Yeah, when you get a mic in your hand, I do wish I'd listened more in English literature classes at school. I think the first I got was reading Kes.
100.
Probably Yorkshire book, that.
I got of Mice and Men and a load of Shakespeare.
No. I got
96.
I got Slender Brenda behind the bike sheds. That was my. That was my. That's my memory of school.
100.
I wonder where she is now.
Now, I don't know what you want about there, so I want to move on before I dump any of us into trouble.
140.
Excellent visit from Parry to leave 161 after 9, and Belmont here needs a 2 treble visit, you feel.
There's absolutely nothing in this match. It's just probably going to be a spark of inspiration from someone.
161. $64. Stefan, you require 150.
I like the way he manoeuvres around the board, Kurt. I'd have gone 3 bulls there, Stefan.
Boing, boing, does her?
Yes. Because Arron Monk and Scott Williams are all making an effect.
You require 97.
Big first. Again, the first start's so important. 78. And a big fat 20.
57. Stefan, you require
Decision to be made
92.
here now. Does he go treble 20? Or does he go old school and go down the bull to give himself an opportunity? He's gone direct. Double 16 for the lead. And another holder throw.
Game shot on the
exactly
third
what
leg.
he does there. He nails
Stefan
that.
Belmont.
And that'll be a frustration for Kurt, who sat there on tops behind, and you can see him there. You're praying that it misses to give you that opportunity there.
Fourth leg, it's Kurt to throw
Advantage
first.
Belmont.
And it was a case of no risk, no reward for Belmont. He could have played it safe and went the bullseye route on that finish, but decided
60.
to attack it by going for the treble. Got it first start, and he gets his awards on double 16. And you sense this is a massive game for Belmont. If he wants to progress his way through to Saturday night, you sense he has to win this one.
Yeah, we saw sort of Danny Lauby come through that group here right at the sort of last minute.
140.
And we're expecting potentially someone, Alec Small, is it going to be Stefan Belmont, to sort of come through and push the way through today? That's the intriguing form that the Super Series gives us.
140.
He's gone over that 90 average. We're seeing the best of Stefan all of a sudden. Oh, it seems to be against Parry.
100.
Seems to sound like a broken record, but it always improves game on game.
Why do you think that is? Just settling in, early nerves.
100.
Getting to a stage where he knows it's a must-win.
Possibly, and as he said this morning, he's still trying to learn the stage format, so maybe
127.
just having that first game on there just to
133.
settle himself down, and then he just gets used to it.
That's a fabulous first start. This is what it's all about for a 1-3-3.
117. He requires 74.
This is a must-hit now. Treble 14. Beautiful dart. Double 8.
58.
Difference.
Stefan,
You
you
can
require
see the
60.
frustration, the anger. The first time he showed any sort of real
Game
emotion
shot on the
there.
4 flag.
Stefan doesn't care.
Stefan Belmont.
He's unshakable. Everything is done at his pace. So steady, so balanced. And more importantly, a 3-1 lead.
5th leg,
and a
it's
breaker
Stefan to throw first. Game on.
The Swiss is on a roll.
Too many cheesy puns in this comms box.
140.
So many 140s today.
Although apparently he did get a
82.
delivery this morning from the Fed Express.
Ba-boom.
I'd pay good money to watch him and the Dow play doubles tonight, I must say.
Yeah. That's going to be some game.
100.
The hottest ticket in town?
Not as hot as the finals tickets for this tournament
Great
tomorrow
answer.
night.
97.
I love a segue, Glenn. So join us tomorrow night from 10 o'clock, dartshop.tv, for all of your tickets. Details, they are free of charge. So please do join us for the Pompey Darty Party. It's the best party
57.
in town. Plus, it's Freshers Week, so you don't want to commute with a riffraff.
100.
Stefan's in a wonderful place. It's his game to lose right now. But we're seeing these setups. This is where people have sort of slipped up this week. Just as I say that he slices into a big 4. You can see exactly what he was trying to do.
25.
That is an absolute implosion.
It was like dodge 'em darts they were, weren't they?
85.
And it's given Parry the advantage in this leg. And remember, this is against the darts.
For me, this leg's all about this throw. He's got to go downstairs now, surely.
60.
Incredible.
137.
Why would you leave 119?
99.
Is he going to prove
Stefan,
me
you
wrong?
require 119.
If he starts on treble 20 this time, I will kick off.
Correct.
Take 12. Double 13 for the match. Stefan Belmont.
93. You require 38.
Splits, double 14.
10.
And so Belmont returns to the match wanting double 13.
Stefan, you require 26.
Is he going to set this up? Or is he going
Game
straight
shot
for it?
on the
The man
match.
from Belmonte. He
Stefan
says yes.
Belmont.
A big 4-1 victory there for Stefan. Exactly what the doctor ordered there. It keeps him right in the mix there. The tail of the tape. 89.39 average there for Stefan. A 4-1 victory, most importantly, against Parry. 140s continue from all players. And a fantastic 44% average with the highest checkout of 96. Stefan Belmont is still in this competition.
Glenn's going to head upstairs to join Abigail Davis for thoughts and reflections following our first 5 matches of the morning session. As after the break, we'll also see Arron Monk in action against Alec Small. Please do join us.
Brenda.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, we're still talking about Glenda because that is actually my mother's name and there is a slight resemblance, so you work that one out for yourselves. But we have just seen Stefan Bellmont come through against Kurt Parry 4-1 in that one. Remarkably, Glenn, he had a dart for another 119 to win that match, which is the checkout he took out to beat Kurt yesterday.
Yeah, I queried why he didn't go downstairs to leave Shanghai, and obviously he checked out in 119. And us dart players are quite strange, and he might have had that positive memory from yesterday, the 119, but a match he had to win, and he came through it well.
And certainly superior on the outer ring. That was his big downfall yesterday, wasn't it? He wasn't clinical.
Yeah, Henry's talked an awful lot how much he improves, and if he could, his scoring's up there with any of these, these 6 players, but his finishing has let him down, and if he can just put it all together, he's a dangerous commodity.
And looking at the table, yet again, it is still congested. It feels like that's all we're saying. But Alec Small, we have to mention, in his first match of the day, really, really impressive. I wish you could sort my life out as quickly as you've sorted his darts out, because you did give him a little word of advice yesterday, and it seems to be doing the trick.
No, I can't take too much credit. He's doing it all for himself. He probably needs to win 5 out of 5 to qualify. But I was so pleased for the young lad. He's, like I say, he's got without repeating myself too much, he's got a real talent there, and it was great to see him enjoy it. That for me, that's what stood out the most.
And we've spoken about his talent and how fluid he is, his rhythm when he's playing. But for me, coming into today with just 1 win under his belt, it's the mental resilience that he's shown this morning to put in a performance like that, which is probably his most consistent performance of the week. Yeah. That shows real signs of grit.
That sounds self-motivation as well. You could come and just think, I'm out, and, it's a long old day and feel sorry for yourself. But he's found something, in himself. But because he's so fluent, because he's so quick, he's got that in his armoury. And, we saw it then. The biggest challenge now is, the next game. You're on your high, and it's what he does now.
And, of course, Monk's looking to bounce back after defeating his opening match. This could actually be quite an interesting tie, couldn't it?
Yeah, for me, Arron's the best player out the 6, but he's still only sat in 3rd position. We haven't spoke a great deal about Lee Cox as well. I'm so happy for a man who's turned up this week, so devoid of confidence. It's been an intriguing group, and like I said, may the best man win.
And that's what this Super Series is about, isn't it? He comes here on the floor, pretty much, and his confidence is now through the roof.
But he set himself a challenge. He's here, he's fighting, and he's top of the table.
Absolutely. Cox on top. Right then, let's get into our next match. It is Monk against Small.
Thank you very much, Abby. And by the end of this game, it'll be the end of round 2 of our day here at the Super Series in Group C. It is decision day. At the moment, it's JK and Lee Cox who are in the top 2 positions. But Arron Monk
Okay, first leg, it's Arron to throw
join
first.
JK on 8 points with victory here. And that win for Stefan Belmont puts him on 6 points. If Alec Small can claim victory here, he'll be on 6 points. And we'll have a grandstand finish. But what a start for Arron Monk.
57.
Well, you can ask for a much better start. And he's continuing.
100.
He's come out the starting gate. All guns are blazing.
77.
He certainly has. It's like watching Frankel there from you get a different view from the top of the balcony
96.
there. And, he certainly did come out the traps like a 5-furlong race.
Bit like one of those
80.
greyhounds that we see every evening on Sporty Stuff
125.
TV, where I'll be with you at 8:25 talking about this evening's action.
82.
I've stopped predicting the finishes for Arron, but he's in a lovely position in this leg. And I said the hardest game of the day for Alec will be
101. Arron
this one after
43.
such a high of how he played the first game.
Tops. 2 10s.
Game showed
For
the
a nice
first leg.
15 dart leg to
Arron
start
Monk.
for Arron Monk, as good as it gets. A really, really nice, solid opening leg victory. And he leads Alec Small by 1 leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Alec to throw first.
I didn't think I'd be saying this, but you just feel like Arron needs something right now.
137.
He was my choice to top the group from the outset, and I didn't think I'd be saying on the second day that already. It's beginning to be he needs to make his move, and that move needs to be now.
Alex Small won the Champion of Champions area this year, best of three-leg format, and
140.
I just want to pass an idea with you, Glenn. It's just me, you, and our friends watching and listening at home. I feel like we could do a lot more with the best of three format. How about the T20 of darts?
100.
One night, 8 players, 2 groups, all best of 3, down to it in one night. Get all the lights, get all the cameras, get all the fun, get all the fancy dress.
100.
I mean, I'm old enough to remember the News of the World, and what a competition that was. It was so prestigious. It was a competition that everybody wants to win. And these cutthroat, you know, these games, you know, sometimes when you're watching best of 21, best of 25, and sometimes you need to spice things up. And a best of 3 would be the equivalent of a T20.
Be all the fun of the fair if that was the case.
100. Alec requires 68.
That's what you're made of now, Alec. These are the finishes we've been talking about now for a couple of days. Yeah, I'm glad he's frustrated.
36.
I like to see that. What I saw yesterday was someone who wasn't really bothered, but right now he knows he's in form. He knows he's back in this group, but he has to get past
100.
You know, one of the best players to be in the MODUS Super Series, that's for sure.
Game shot on the second leg. Alec Small.
And Alex Small responds to Monk's 15 with a 16. This is a solid enough stand. A really good game brewing up here between Monk and Small, and we're level at 1 apiece. Monk has the throw in the third.
Arron to throw first. $87.
That first dart was a lovely lie.
140.
Just sort of studying his throw, if there's anything I've sort of picked up. I'm taking a bit of credit for his success today, but it has absolutely nothing to do with me. The only thing I've done is give him a nod to say I believe in him. He's got a talent. What he's doing today is all down to him. He's found something from somewhere.
$57.
Played it again. A lovely pace this match. Never once thought I'd say the experienced Arron Monk, but you know, we're seeing so many youth players via this MODUS Super Series as well. Age is no barrier, though. I can't help but marvel at what Martin Adams has done in this MODUS Online League Super Series. What an absolute superstar he's been.
100.
He's as good as ever.
Out of those young players that we've seen in this tournament, which one for you has stood out?
That's a good
43.
question. I'll maybe come back to you because I can't take my sort of mind off. Obviously, the guy I'm watching in front of me now.
140.
I mean, obviously, Connor Scott was someone who sort of kicked in from the online league to the Pro Tour circuit. So I guess he'd be the obvious choice. But I like what I see. I like what I've seen this week.
99.
It's just different when I'm
64.
looking at the internet of the scores, briefly popping in to the commentary. To see people what I'm doing now. 88.
48.
What an opportunity that was.
91.
And Arron's got the same situation that Stefan Bellmont did. But I'm not going to predict how he's going to go for this. He's gone the traditional route. Will double 10 be kind to him?
Game shot.
Did you hear that? That's how much it means to these players. It's just not a Friday morning session down at Portsmouth and just 6 lads having a game. A friendly match. This means something to all of them. They all want to be there on finals night, on Saturday night. And we all heard that.
180.
Well, look at that for a response from Alec Small. And Arron Monk knows the significance of this game, having lost his first match to
44.
Lee Cox 4-2. So he knows how crucial a response is.
And to hear Arron shout like that, I mean, I'm looking forward to have a crowd in here because it just feels like the venue, any cheer and shout will just bounce off the walls. So, yeah, if anyone's ever been, I think anyone who gets the opportunity to play in a Super Series are going to absolutely love the venue. Everything about it smacks professionalism.
66.
The stage, everything up there.
And we will tell you the players for week 10 of this process tomorrow night. So not just the darts final this week, we'll tell you who's in next week as well. And I think you'll enjoy the lineup.
57.
It will take some beating of the one I watched last night. That was top notch.
This is top notch.
140. Alec, you require 98.
His
58.
last 9
Arron, you
darts,
require
66, 57,
157.
58. It's just given Arron Monk a sniff.
First dart is not a nice lie because of the bulbous barrel.
93.
So Small returns the
require
top to
40.
2-2.
But the pressure's on. Let's see what you're made of. Composure on this double 10.
20.
Just didn't feel like
Arron,
it
it
was going to go in
requires
this
64.
time. And that's the frustration. And this is what the game's all about. These finishes, I'll keep going on about it while I've got a mic in my mouth. Double top for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the 4th
What?
flag.
And the
Arron
reaction.
Monk.
Look at that reaction. Look at what it means to him. He understands the implications. A 3-1 lead. It means that Alex got to break him
So
twice
it's
to
Arron
get
to
through.
throw first.
Advantage. Monk. He'd be really happy with this.
He's absolutely pumped for this.
134.
He's got himself up, but he knew this was a big game. And when Arron plays in big games, he's got to psych himself up. Different players get going in different ways. That's just the way Arron needs to play. And when he's like this, he is absolutely box office. And imagine if he gets through to the final tomorrow night. You get to watch this for free.
But it's inner motivation because he hasn't got that crowd to feed off. He's got to find that inside.
180.
Absolutely superb. And his second maximum of this match.
Went up for the
82.
bullseye there to try and ensure a finish. So Small has 200 left. He's got 6 darts at it, but he's not made huge
40.
imprints on it. And now it's advantage Monk again for the match.
It swings and roundabouts. It goes from one person to the next. You've got to go with the more experience, especially after that first dart.
87. I think you require 160.
160 to keep himself in the match. Won't go this time. So Arron Monk returns. So 102 to seal the match, seal victory, and to keep himself
Arron, you
right
require 102.
in the mix. It will put him level with JK on 8 points. 82 left. Does he go bullseye? Goes treble 14 for tops to seal it for Arron Monk, and it's
62.
just above the wire.
I think you require 78. Game shot on the 5th leg. Alec Small.
I think that's my first bull finish for a day and a bit. That's absolutely. And did you hear the shout from young Alec as well? They're both
it's Alec
feeding off
to
each
throw
other.
first.
They're
Game
both
on.
playing well because both of them are motivated by each other. And sometimes you need that dance partner.
134.
And they're both bringing the best out of each other right now. This is a great game.
Goodness me, these two would have been interested on Strictly.
It starts
97.
tomorrow. Not that I'm a fan of Strictly, but I believe it starts tomorrow.
26.
Could you imagine Arron Monk doing the tango? Or the waltz? Or the cha-cha? Or whatever?
Cha-cha-cha.
59.
Why am I picturing Arron Monk in it too?
96.
This is I'm having a moment. I'm having a moment.
The sleep deprivation's coming in, Glenn.
96.
I put money on that was another 134. But he's right back in this match as Alec. Didn't have much hope at 3-1 down.
100.
And once again, that final dart, he'd be feeling good about himself.
You haven't seen a last leg decider in this group so far today after seeing 9 yesterday. Well,
140.
that 140 may mean we may not see one in this
145.
match. And the 145 may have to go. And Arron Monk's accidentally dropped a flight and he's apologised to his opponent. He genuinely didn't realise.
91. Arron, you require 109.
109 for the match, Glenn.
He's still with a chance at treble 18. Bullseye for the match. And that's a long, long
68.
way away. And how many times have
Alec,
we
you
said
require
this week?
54.
54. For parity.
Tops to take us all the way. One left.
34. Arron, you require
Dips just
41.
below, and so Monk returns for 41 for victory. Tops it is to take the points and to put him onto 8 points. That is a crucial win there for Arron Monk, who gets the better of Alec Small by 4 legs to 2. Let's have a look then at the tail of the tape in that particular match. Monk winning with an average of 88.1, hitting 180 in the match, 4 from 8 on the doubles. It was actually the doubles department which swung the game in his favour, because if you look at the free dart average, slightly better for Alec Small, more 180s, more 140 pluses, but it was 2 from 8. That was his demise in that game. So Arron Monk sees himself on 8 points, level with his Super League teammate JK on 8. And after the break, we'll see the man who is at the summit of the group. It is Lee Cox, who can get himself onto 12 points and put him in a position which should see him really on the cusp of qualification if he can get the better Kurt Parry. That's coming up in a few minutes' time.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Arron Monk get his first victory of the day. A really gripping encounter, that one. Both players bringing the best out of each other at times. A real sickener for Alec. He didn't play badly, but when opportunities arise against players like Monk, you have to take them. And Alec wasn't able to do so, despite putting himself in good positions in legs. There you can see 2 180s in that match from the Welshman. Both averaging in the high 80s in that Arron Monk with the superior checkout percentage, though 50% of his doubles, 4 out of 8 in that one. So we can see what that does to the league standing with 6 matches played this morning. Lee Cox still out in top spot, Jamie Kelling and Arron Monk on 8 points just behind him. But Lee Cox, he's been the standout player of the day so far, hasn't he? And he has the opportunity now to really take a firm grip at the top of the league standing. He could move 4 points clear of his nearest opponent if he's able to get the better of Kurt Parry in this one. So a really big game in the context of the league standings. Let's hand over to Glenn and Henry to guide you through this one.
Thank you very much, Abby. And you get the sense if Lee Cox can get the win here, he's probably as good as through.
I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I mean, if Kurt wins this one, I mean, it's just going to saturate the group and squash them all up together. And I guess as a neutral, probably my preferred option right now, because what would happen in them last few games, we would need to be calculators out in fingers and toes and everything.
Indeed, all the drama here in Group C. And we're going to see more drama tonight in Group B. If you didn't join us yesterday evening, first of all, where were you? You missed an unbelievably good session. We saw averages of 103 and 104 in our last 2 games of the evening. That will come to the boil tonight from 10 o'clock. But Lee Cox is hoping to join Danny Lauby in the finals tomorrow night. And if he can win this one, as we mentioned, we think he'll probably be as good as through.
60.
And that's a great incentive. He probably knows that. He's probably sat backstage and he's looking at the numbers. But the best thing he could do is just play games. You can't overlook people like Kurt Parry. Even off air there, I said this could be Lee's toughest game because his mind will be potentially thinking 4 points clear. That's a severe advantage going into,
95.
you know, the final half of the group.
However, being the player at the top of the table and having a 2-point buffer, I suppose you've got the advantage of you know that if you win your games, you're through. So you don't have to think about scenarios where those in 2nd, 3rd and 4th might be looking at, well, I've got to win this game 4-1 or I've got to win this 4-2 or something like that.
Is he a glass half full? Is he a glass half empty? But what I do know is if he wins this game, it'll be his 5th win on the spin. And he's the informed player right now.
100.
He's found something today. Of that, there is no doubt. And I mentioned off air that perhaps the best thing he did was win those games yesterday 100. Where perhaps he wasn't at his rip-roaring best.
And I hope he sort of listened to some of our commentary because we were, you know, we give critique where it needs it.
138.
He wins ugly yesterday. But today he's been a breath of fresh air. And this 106 finish would just cement what's been a fantastic morning so far. Double 18.
Game shot on the first leg.
Is. And look at where Kurt was sat on 60. Kurt must be thinking, what do I have to do to get a leg on the board right now? Because people are just banging big
second against Lee to throw first.
The biggest backhanded compliment you could be paid, should I say. It's been a long few days.
I've just realised his nickname, Lee Cox, the crafty Coxie.
59.
What a drama that one is. I mean, Bristow, what a hero of mine he was. But, yeah, he needs to get his shirt on with that nickname on. That's a beaut.
60.
I don't know who he supports, but I'd love to see a bit of red on there. I suppose being London way, you could be a whole manner of teams. West Ham,
41.
Chelsea, Arsenal, Tottenham, Charlton, Bromley, Dulwich Hamlet, Hendon, Wingate and Finchley. You name it, it could be anything.
QPR. This one.
Croydon boys, so, you know, possibly Crystal Palace, yeah.
There we go. Ha-ha to Zaha.
We have a Palace fan in the finals field.
180.
In Darryl Pilgrim, he won week 4. He actually adorns the club colours on his playing shirt. Kurt Parry will be hoping to adorn this second leg, but he's going to be under severe pressure.
Got you 121.
What a match this is brewing up to be. But he's missed the big number, and so Cox will return for 1-2-4 for a 2-0 lead to consolidate the break with a hold, with Parry back on top to try and get a break of his own. The treble 18 leaves the bullseye. Big dart incoming.
93.
But it drags just below, and so Parry returns for tops for parity.
Game shot on the second leg.
With Kurt sat 40 there. I thought we were writing our own story, but what a minute of darts that was. 60 seconds of pure magic.
So it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
And how a game can change. You know, it's back with Kurt. With his darts now, it's at 1 each. Just moments of brilliance there from Cox.
97.
Kurt Parry, he's got to be highly commended. He's stuck in there with a maximum himself.
Yeah, leg that was gone in 60 seconds, and it feels like we've got a log, stock, and 2 smoking barrels in this match.
Ba-bum.
The caffeine's kicked in, Glenn. The caffeine's kicked in.
I think it needs a
85.
latte. I think it's the heat in here as well. I think it's getting to us both.
85.
It's getting hot in here. On the subject of coffee,
101.
we did have a huge Costa order and Starbucks order over the last couple of days. Just some behind-the-scenes bits that keep us stocked up here
42.
at the Super Series.
Yes, I had my first obligatory visit to Greg's earlier. So, yeah, I'm caffeined up. Got a bit scruffy this leg now.
46.
From the sublime to the ridiculous.
Which probably means that this one's going to be another big score from Lee Cox.
100.
Make sure I get my tongue around that.
$43.
Just an opening here for Lee. If he can smack in a couple of trebles. Well, that first dart created a lovely lie.
100. 129.
Bullseye.
84. He
So,
require 130.
Cox wants 130.
Will you be shouting for that bullseye again, Henry?
Not this time. So Parry returns to 45 for 2-1 lead. Both players 1 from 2 on the checkouts. Tops.
25.
They were wild.
They
They were
require
wild.
36.
And what an opportunity for Lee Cox here. Double 18 to take a lead. And more importantly, a break a throw.
Game shot in the third leg.
Double 9. It's not
Lee
the easiest
Cox.
double on the board. Let me assure you there, but that was plumb right in the middle there. And he takes the ascendancy and he takes control of this match.
Fourth leg, it's Lee to throw first.
Break a throw, and Parry can't say he didn't get his opportunities in that last leg. And it's at the moment that changes not just this game, but the
45.
whole complexion of the group.
I think I'd be more concerned. They were just wild. They weren't close. I mean, and that was the sort of the difference there. When you look the way he is and his mannerisms, you don't expect him to be so wild. For me, consistency is key with someone like Parry.
96.
A little bit wild from Parry. Hopefully there's no wild thoughts. He needs to concentrate here. Huge few minutes upcoming. He's on 6
60.
points. He could bring himself on to 8 alongside Arron Monk and Jamie Kelling with victory here. A win for Lee puts him on 12 points. 4 clear of those 2 I've just
60.
mentioned. And for Parry, he would still be behind that chasing pack. And Kelling and Monk playing the next game. So, in effect, he'd be 4 points behind.
135.
Only 2 more matches to remain.
$60. $55.
What he would pay for a 140 now. Dairy dream of a max. Dairy dream of a max.
135. Kurt, you require 151.
Is that treble 17 again?
49.
I'm
Lee
not a
require
fan.
105.
Not a fan. 105, is it treble 20 or treble 19?
$89.
What a setup
Kurt,
that
you
is to
require
leave double 8.
102.
All the pressure in the world now on this 102. That doesn't help, but treble 19. Tops.
82.
Again,
Lee
they're just a
requires
little bit
16.
frustrated. But what an opportunity, double 8, to really, really...
Game shot on the fourth
That
leg.
is massive.
Lee
That is
Cox.
huge. That is to see the growl. He knows. He understands the implications, what he's just done there. To get himself on 12 points, 4
Fifth leg,
points
it's
lead at
Kurt to
this
throw
stage.
first.
You would think now
Game
everything
on.
is in Lee Cox's hands.
$140.
Good start from Parry to this leg.
140.
That's a tremendous response. Absolutely fantastic.
60.
Well, how about this? He's running towards the line, running toward 12 points.
99.
It looks like we might be set to see him on Saturday night here at the Super Series.
This is so impressive. And when he's running through that line, which we talked about earlier,
60.
and there's not an awful lot that Kurt Parry can do. He's had them chances at tops. You know, when he looks back, he's had the opportunities. But this is where sometimes you just begin to...
85.
But what a last start. What a last start, Lee Cox. And when someone who's so devoid of confidence, and to see someone playing like he is right now, it's very, very
87.
rewarding.
6 away from his 6th win, and it could be one that sees him return for the red carpet occasion tomorrow.
125. Got your 154.
Sensational 3 darts there.
56. Lee required
Lee Cox
52.
52 for the match, and a potential spot for Saturday night. Tops for Lee Cox.
32. Got you require 98.
So 98 for 3-2. Looking for the treble 18, doesn't go, and he thinks that might just be the last dart he throws in this match
58.
because Lee
Lee
Cox is going
required
to return
20.
for double 10 to seal the deal
Game
and to put
shot
him
on the
on
match.
to
Lee
12 points.
Cox.
And Lee Cox is on the cusp of progression here in Group C. What a day it's been from him so far. He is the man who is making the charge on Friday at the Super Series. Let's have a look then at the stats from that match. A 3-dart average of 86.3, 1 max apiece, 4 for 9 on the doubles, and that fantastic high checkout of 106. So a 4-1 win there for Lee Cox. We're going to take a short break, and it's going to be all about the race for second place now. As players in positions 2 and 3 go toe-to-toe. It's 2 Super League teammates, it's JK, it's AM, as we approach the PM here at the Super Series.
morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge, where we've just seen victory yet again for Lee Cox this morning. He really is having a superb day here at the Live Lounge. A huge victory for him. Such a stark contrast to the player who looked so low on confidence at times yesterday. He really has brought his A game today. He's in complete control of Group C. Now there you can see it, an average in excess of 86 in that one. 4 out of 9 on the doubles, and that ton plus checkout as well. The 106 in that match, and it really is all in Cox's hands in the table as well. We can see that now. He's 4 points clear at the top of the table. It is a battle for second place in our next match. It's Kelling against Monk, of course. The Super League teammates battling for Super Series success in this match. Both players suffering defeat to Lee Cox already this morning, but one of them will move on to double figures in the league table. So who will be on 10 points come the end of our next match? We're about to find out in the company of Glenn and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. So we know Lee Cox is on 12 points. Kelling and Monk are now jostling to be the main protagonists to stop him at the top of the group. One will get on to double digits, courtesy of victory here. And you get the sense that this is the biggest game of the group so far.
And two best friends playing each other. I mean, it meant an awful lot yesterday when Jamie, you can see there's words up there being said. You can see them both laughing at each other. And but like you just said, it's such a big game. Probably the one that's most focused, more will come through. But it was Jamie yesterday, was absolutely tremendous against Arron, and he was on a real roll at that time. Was Arron Monk, and it was the sort of the catalyst for Jamie to top the group overnight.
Okay, first look, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Two good friends, but you couldn't pick two more differentiating personas. The cool, calm, collected Kelling up against the maverick Monk.
100.
Yeah, I said that to them yesterday as we were leaving. I said it's I wouldn't make us the best of friends, but like they say, opposites attract.
100.
Is it help or hindrance the fact that they both know every single
47.
intrinsic detail about their game?
Well, at this stage, I'd say it's a hindrance, but like I said, the one that will win is the one who doesn't realise he's playing his best mate, and it's all he's seen is that treble 20. In the very early stage of this game, you would say Arron's come out the traps absolutely perfectly, especially after the back of his last win.
60.
Because, you know, Alec Small was flying at that point. So is this moment where Arron steps up to the mark, which we all thought he would this week? You know, he's probably someone who I'm going to qualify, and all of a sudden now, if I don't start winning, I'm not going to qualify, and we're seeing the best of him now.
Both
60.
travelling together to this event, so it'd be interesting to see what the journey home will be like if one knocks the other out.
Well, especially if the averages stay as they are now, because the bragging rights would be with Arron. This is a terrific opening leg.
87.
Jamie just hasn't started at all in this game, and that's been the concern for him. When he was top overnight, it does give you the opportunity to think just a little bit more.
89. How many requires?
And,
74.
he's probably desperate for a win. He is, JK.
Double 17, double top. It's back, Glenn. It's
34.
back.
Jamie record
I'll let you say boring does it if you want.
Boing, boing, does her?
Yeah, it's just so wrong. It's so right for him, but it's just so wrong for me.
I only require 40.
But if he gets double top here, who's right and who's wrong? You'll hear a shout if this goes in.
35.
It's a frustrated sigh.
Jamie requires
From
60.
never been in this leg. JK has got 2 darts double top. And he needs to use both of them. He stands back, he resets. Double 10.
50.
That's a long, long way.
Arron require 5.
Never really been in the leg. But Arron Monk comes back for 5. This isn't easy. He's done the hard work, getting the single
Games
1.
on the first
And
leg.
then makes no mistake
Arron
at the
Monk.
double 2. And by hook or by crook, Arron Monk wins the opening leg. And it is a break of throw, as I mentioned. And he just walks straight back
Second leg, it's
down the
Arron to
centre
throw
of the
first.
hockey,
Game
letting his
on.
opponent know, I have broken you, and I am going to step back up at the board with the darts, with the advantage in leg 2.
140.
And to rub salt in the wounds, he
43.
opens up with a 140 as well. And just shows you the difference. What a double. What a double can do in a match of a best of 7 like this.
140.
Now all of a sudden the game's so easy. When you're so tight, when you're losing and you can't understand, then all of a sudden you get that momentum. You start
100.
winning legs. You win legs you think you're going to lose. All of a sudden the game becomes just frighteningly easy. Them trebles just open up. Are we looking at the max? We certainly are.
180.
41 after 9 darts. Lovely jubbly.
It is so beautiful, so fluent, so joyous to watch when
100.
Arron Monk
Arron
is in full
41.
flow like this. And he's on for a potential 11-dart leg if he can convert his favourite
Game's
tops.
on the second
This
leg.
is absolutely
Arron Monk.
superb from Arron Monk. In a big game with big consequences in this group. He
Third
has
is
come out
Jamie
the
to
traps
throw
firing,
first.
has a 2-0 lead in next to no time at all, with an average just underneath 97. And Jamie Kelling here has a heck of a lot of
100.
work to do if he's going to find a way back in this match.
And lovers of statistics, he started that leg on a 75 average. And it just sort of shows you what
29.
an 11 dart or 12 dart can do. And look what it does already. The average drops down to 90, just with one bad score after that. So just focus everybody on
58.
winning your match. The averages will follow.
Stats are only a guide.
Looking good, isn't he?
Just looks effortless, doesn't it, more than anything else?
136.
It's when you're 2-0 up. It's when you've won your last game. It's when all of a sudden that the game just feeling just a little bit easier than it did half an hour ago.
140.
What to do in this leg, though?
JK's not going to give him it, that's for sure.
140.
The 140s are flying in from both players now. 4 from Arron Monk, plus his max as well. That's great scoring after 2 legs.
60.
However, that's a slip from JK. And Monk can take full advantage for the double break for 3-0.
A 140 would be nice here.
140. Jamie with
Irresistible. That's his
143.
5th. And the 143, quite simply, has to go. Double 16.
111.
It nearly did.
Arron requires
Just
56.
haven't seen enough of them really big finishes. But we've talked so nicely. But what people are doing is really checking out
Game's
in
on
these
the
areas
third
there.
leg.
From last night,
Arron Monk.
it must be 100% around that mark. And Arron Monk continues with their 56, 2 darts, averaging over 100.
Fourth leg, it's Arron to throw first. Game on.
Like I said, and for people who love the stats, love the numbers, 100.2 average. That's 45 darts. That's 15 darts on average per leg.
It's going to win you plenty
97.
and plenty of matches, especially in this tournament format. And maybe Arron Monk is fizzing up quite nicely.
100.
Like a can of cola, he's bubbling up.
Mixed that with Pepsi and Shirley.
100.
I know who they are, but I don't know any of their hits.
Don't be looking at me.
100.
I know that. Is it Shirley's married to Martin Kemp, or is it Pepsi?
I think.
44.
I thought it was kind of Coke.
They're apparently, I've been told they were backing singers in Wham.
I knew that really.
54. Arron's last score was 44.
Just double checking Aaron's previous score. So let's have a little look in the commentary box. You're enjoying it in here, Glenn, aren't you?
I'm loving it. Now we've put the cold air on. I'm glad I found that button, that's for sure. But yeah, some great darts this morning. Yeah, we're having a great time. And all to play for right now. Arron Monk is just beginning to find his mojo. Jamie Kelling, the guy who was up top of the league going into today, he's the one who's really struggling. And the headline active today has been
54.
Lee Cox, that's for sure.
Someone always makes a charge on Friday, on decision day, here at the Super Series.
134.
Nearly made the Fujian slip and said live league then. 206 away is Monk.
123.
we're going to get the 174
Jamie
puck unders there.
113.
I wished him a happy birthday yesterday. Treble 19.
57. Arron require 83.
Are we going to see the bullseye for a 4-0 victory? Or is he going to hit that treble 17? Are we going to see the bullseye for the match?
38. Jamie
Good lead for
require
double 15.
56.
And he's that finish again, 56. Is he going to continue with the trend?
Game shot on the
He
fourth
certainly
leg.
is.
Jamie Kelling.
Double 15, such a difficult double once again. He flicks his arm away, but inside.
Fifth leg, it's
he'll be
Jamie to
feeling
throw first. Game on.
big breathing back in this game. It was a breaker throw, more importantly. It's not going to be easy to break Arron again, but he's still in. The game continues. Just concentrate on winning your own throw, and what a
140.
fantastic start there is.
If you're in, you can still win.
100.
Just looking at Arron's setup, he's gone with all 3 stems being exactly the same. We saw a bit of a mix and match. It was a pick and mix of stems
100.
yesterday for him.
Yes, I noticed that earlier. Yeah, he was using black, multicoloured, and now he's got the white ones. But more importantly, it's the same barrels. Pretty certain they're the same flights and everything. So
97.
it's just a little tweak here and there.
They look a bit longer as well.
Yeah, that, like I said, is it at the time, you know, the match conditions, it is the time to mess about with your
100.
equipment. Clearly, he's at ease with that. You know, it's not a problem for him. But what I would say to him is leave these in because you are now playing your best darts in the past couple of
180.
days.
Jamie
And
161.
the timing great for his second maximum there to leave 124.
59.
did it put all the
Arron
pressure on Jamie there?
124.
124. We haven't seen many century plus finishes. Bullseye.
77. Jamie require 102.
This would be some way to save it for Jamie. 82 left, treble 14. No, decided to stay there, like the lie.
50.
And so Monk returns to
Arron
47.
require
Big
47.
4-1 win.
Will he go into double points? This is for 10 points and really give him the opportunity to get there for Saturday night. He
Game shot
certainly
on the
does. An
match.
absolutely fantastic
Arron
4-1
Monk.
victory there for Arron Monk. He's really stepped up to the mark the past hour. A 95.84 average, 44%. A 56 finish being his best there. 4 from 9 on the checkout, but more importantly, a 4-1 victory on to 10 points. Monk is in this.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here in Portsmouth. Our 8th game of this morning's session has just seen Arron Monk get a crucial victory over Jamie Kelling. 4-1 winner in that one. Monk got out of the blocks quickly in that one, really turning it on when it matters. An average just shy of 96, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. Jamie Kelling just 20%. It's just not happening for him at the end of legs at the moment this morning. Kelling had a dart at double for a 1-4-3 checkout in the third leg, but he wasn't able to take it, and from there Monk really motored towards the finish line. Let's see what that does then, because it moves Monk into double figures on the league table. It's still Lee Cox who's out in front on 12 points. Monk now on 10, Jamie Kelling on 8 in that race, of course, to finish in the top 2 in Group C. Next up for you, it's Small against Belmont. Small's only win on the opening day of Group C did come against Belmont. He's producing his best stuff today, so can he claim another victory in Group C in this one? Let's find out. Glenn, Henry, over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. For Stefan, the situation is quite simple. He has to win to harbour any hopes of progressing through to tomorrow night's finals. Alec Small can get on to 10 points if he wins all of his remaining games, but it'd be a 0.01% chance of progressing through when you consider everyone's still got to play everyone, and it's still quite bunched up at the top end of the table. So he's going to go out and enjoy his last few games here at the Super Series. Really enjoyed having him here in this competition over the last 5 days, as we have seeing Stefan, the Swiss player, the first ever Swiss player to play in this particular competition, and it's great to see more nationalities being represented in this particular competition.
99.
Yeah, absolutely. Alec can still play a significant part in the outcome of this group, so it's really important that he treats every game with the respect that each of the players deserve. So I'm sure he knows inside that even with 10 points, it's unlikely he's going to qualify now. We've been trying to do a little bit of maths there, and because people play each other, now it's just about pride.
140.
But he's done well. He's got a lot to look back on and a lot to think about, a lot of improvement. But I'm sure the MODUS Super Series will be inviting him back.
43.
I'd love to see him back. The champion of champions in 2022. Only good players have won that title in the past.
180.
And darts like that are the reason why he picked up that particular title.
A mere 139.67 average. Be nice if he could finish with that.
100.
I think it might drop 1 or 2 points. 65 remaining. Belmont's all the way back on 258, so...
Do you know, I always like treble 19. I like treble 19 here. I don't think it's the route he's going to take.
Game shown
That
the
is
first
great
leg.
finish. That reminds me of Jamie
Alec
Hughes.
Small.
He's the professional going treble 11, double 16 on 65 there. That's an outstanding finish. And this is the Alec Small I wanted to see, the whole of the week. Maybe the shackles are off. Maybe he's just going to be the free-flowing player. He is. But what experience this is.
Experience
60.
you cannot buy. And the reason he is here, the reason that all of our players are here is because they have done something. You can only get the invitation to play in this event if you've done something on the circuit. There's no qualification criteria. It is just win and you might be into this competition.
Well, like I've said many times, if you get the invite, take it. You'll be over them. And when I walked in here yesterday for the first time, it's like I said, I can't wait for tomorrow night with the crowd in here as well, and it's going to be pretty awesome.
56.
He's unruffled, isn't he, Stefan? You just nothing changes. I
96.
love the word replication, and yeah, he categorises that perfectly.
Muscle memory,
100.
which is very important.
Love the nickname Belly. Belly with an I. Just remind people.
59.
I, not a Y. Why I?
A few of my... Hey, that's Geordie, that.
Might be in trouble here.
None of that. You've got a smoggy sat next to you here.
146. 60. Alec, you require 89.
Alex is averaging incredibly high here. 89 finish. Treble 14 or bull.
41.
And that's been one area. His setup
Stefan, you
plays
require 86.
from a low hundreds, from a 90, from an 80. That's an area you can definitely improve in.
Another. 2 sevens.
72.
The small
Alec, you
return for the
require
48,
48.
but breaker throw and a 2-0 lead. And this really has been an incredible performance. So double 17.
Go and get Arron Monk starts.
Give it a go.
Game's
There
on
we
second
go.
leg.
And it is a
Arron
2-0
Monk in
lead.
disguise.
Arron in disguise. Well, it's a
So look,
showmanship
it's Alec
akin
to
to
throw first.
Arron Monk. He leads 2-0, average of 103.66. And this is the Alec Small we've been
140.
waiting to see all week.
It's just a little bit too late, frustratingly, isn't it? Because it would be a wonderful addition to a finals night. I think he's someone who would feed off a crowd.
45.
But just I can just see, looking at body language again, he's suddenly enjoying himself.
And the belly's rumbled.
57.
I'll get myself a bacon sandwich. Oh, I'll get you. The belly's rumbled, yeah. He's
140.
reminiscent of his style yesterday. He was 140, 100 every 3 darts. It was his doubles yesterday.
81.
Still averaging over 100 is Alec.
$60.
This is the area I think we can get improvement from Alec moving forward. And once again,
81.
that big one was an area, but the treble 20 soon shut me up. But it's just gone under that 100 average mark now.
And interesting, that's probably the slowest I've seen Alec release a dart all week, that final dart of the treble.
140.
That's what I
Alec,
want him to go home and
142.
practice. You know, when you're playing, just how does it go if you did sort of slow down a little bit?
102.
It's fantastic.
Stefan
Maths there again. He's
116.
been so impressive the way people are using these treble 17s and bullseyes this week. 16.
Yep.
And how many times am I going to repeat myself? People missing big numbers. Naughty, naughty belly.
84. Alec, you require 40. Game shot on the
Just
third
looked
leg.
like it was going to go. He
Alec Small.
punches the fist. He shows some emotion. So he does 3-0 lead. Probably for the first time this week. He's had such a hefty lead. He's enjoying himself
Well, look,
up there
it's
as the young
Stefan to
man.
throw first.
Alec Small cannot qualify, we think, for the finals, but Belly's chances are getting slim.
92.
Badance. Badance. It's like sat with Tim Vine.
36.
Don't know, they call me Velcro.
140.
Bit of a rip-off merchant.
Oh, come on. Come on. You were winning there with the final one, but come on.
100.
Getting to the dad joke stage now. Stefan 269. No doubt we'll be using the 19s if this treble goes in here. Goose
59.
didn't drink wine there. It's just a flick of his finger there.
65.
I don't know if it's on purpose, but that final dart isn't as quick as it's been. He's not running to the hockey and sprinting to the board there. I don't know if that's on purpose, if he is, you know, because this is a real opportunity now. We can't qualify to
78.
try a few things under fabulous match conditions.
$45. Stefan, you require
132
132.
for Belmont. Doesn't have to go the showbiz route. 72 left. So treble 16 was his intended
92.
target. He's going to leave himself tops to get a leg on the board and to stop the small charge.
97.
Well, shall I say the big charge
Stefan,
from
you
Small.
require 40.
He won't be rushed by anyone. Double
Game
turn.
shot on the
And
fourth
that's a good
flag.
dart. He
Stefan
doesn't
Belmont.
manoeuvre around the hockey like so many players. He's pretty still, pretty rigid. But he just made himself a little angle there and just sailed over
Fifth leg,
that
it's Alec
second
to
dart
throw
and,
first.
keeps
Game
him in the
on.
game. But he's got to break Alec twice. That was just a holder throw there.
82.
Maybe Belly's feeling the weight of this moment.
$60. $59.
Just a little lull in this game right now. Which probably means that Stefan will get a max.
140.
Alec needs just to... That's the dart. That's the dart he was looking for. That's another one. He is... Honestly, it's all about that first dart with that lad, and that is a beautiful 180. Advantage small.
It's all in the light. 180 after 9. Good leg this from Alec Small. Really good
95.
performance. 94.22 the average, and he's on the cusp of a 4-1 victory against Stefan Bellmont. But that is a lucky bouncer. That hit the treble 5.
45.
I'm not so sure with that last dart either. An opportunity for Stefan. 174 would be nice. Treble 18.
138. Alec, you rock 135.
He'd be starting here with a bullseye. Treble 20. Bullseye!
88. Stefan, you require 68.
A lot of pressure on this one. With Alec on a 2-dart finish. 48. 16 on the 8. And double 16. To stay arguably in the group.
36.
Doesn't do it.
Alec, you require 47.
So Alec Small returns for 47 for the match to end Belmont's hopes of progressing. Tops.
27.
But it drags below and Belmont
Stefan, you
returns
require
32.
32.
The silence is deafening. He's gone. This is an 8-foot throw.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
What an absolute
Stefan
fantastic
Belmont.
dart that was. When he moves around the hockey, that's twice he's done that for a double. Twice he's nailed the dart. They're the kind of things he needs to look at. Because that was a pretty impossible
Stefan
angle.
to throw first.
And he
Game
gets in.
on.
It's his darts now. It was the breaker throw more importantly.
Break for Belmont. And now he has the throw. Though he knew he had to break twice to claim victory in this match. He's got one of them.
80.
And that's a good recovery dart. Because that visit could have got wild and very unpleasant for Belmont.
76.
Is Belly going to get your Alec?
$140.
I just couldn't stomach that joke.
The silence is deafening, both in the commentary box and on the stage there. How many people have come back from a 3-0 deficit this week?
93.
Could it be my first? Does this look
Definitely
like it's
be
going to
your
go all
first.
the way? Yeah, this looks like it's going to go all the way now. This is fantastic darts. This is the Stefan Belmont, that reminiscent of the scoring power that he had yesterday.
130.
Would you make him favourite for the match now?
Well, Alec has the advantage of throw if we go
64.
all the way.
Stefan, you require
But
56.
there's been a sizable drop-off from Small. 16 for tops, with his opponent left on the fish for the match.
16.
But it doesn't go. And will we get a
Alec, you
fish
require
for victory for Small?
170.
What a conclusion this could be. Come on, Alec, for does it? It'll be a 1-3-4 though.
96. Stefan, you require 40.
The unruffled Stefan Belmont labours to the hockey for double top.
Games on the sick flag.
A parity
Stefan
once more,
Belmont.
it's 3-3. I think it's our first 4-3 of the game after the 9 we had yesterday. Whose position would you like to be in now?
7
Alec
final
throw
against
with the
Alec to
darts
throw
coming back
first.
from
Game on.
3-0 victory. Or Stefan, who's on a real momentum push here.
140.
Well, you'd always want the darts. And when you kick off a 140, you force your opponent into bat straight away.
This is turning out to be now a great battle. A real great match play battle.
135.
Just playing with sheer freedom, Alec Small, and it's really showing here.
It's interesting when the pressure is off. You feel like both players at 3-0 down. Stefan, the shackles are off. You know, maybe I'm out the tournament now because Alec really could have ended his own and Stefan's place in this group.
140.
He really probably should start in the 19s here. And then maybe another one of them. He's probably going now for the bullseye.
No, 195.
A 25 would leave him the fish.
139.
Exactly what he does,
Alec
but Alec Small
86.
returns for 86 for the match. All about the 18s. And so now he sizes up double 16, now double 8.
70. Stefan, you require
couldn't, could he?
170.
Could he?
Belly couldn't stomach the big fish, and so Small
58.
returns for double
Alec, you
8
require
to win the
16.
match.
And if I'm right, this could be the end
No
of...
score.
Oh, dear me, Alec.
Stefan,
I
you
did not
require
expect that at that stage.
112.
That was on the Isle of Wight, that dart.
Could Stefan just remain? These are the kind of pieces of luck that you need. That's not the easiest dart to get over, that first dart. Yeah, it was a real blocker, wasn't it?
So 2 8s
56.
for Alec Small
Alec, you
to
require 16.
effectively eliminate Belmont from the process.
He wipes the sweat off his hands. He doesn't want to dart like last time.
Game
But
shot
that's plumb
and
in the middle there.
match.
And I think if I've
Alec
got the
Small.
calculations right, both of them I don't think can qualify now for finals night. We'll get our calculator out during the break. But Alec wins 4 legs to 3 against Stefan Belmont with an 89.59 average. Some standout things like 2 180s in that game and a fantastic 40% check out there. Alex showed what he's really made of in that game and moves on. Next up, we've got Jamie Kelling against Kurt Parry. Join us soon.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're in Group C at the moment. Remarkably, we've not seen a single whitewash win in this group. We have, however, just seen our 10th last leg decider in this group. There we can see confirmation of it. Alec Small coming through 4-3 against Stefan Bellmont, an average just shy of 90 in that one. He's shown many glimpses of greatness this week. He's threatened to do wonderful things, but today he has delivered more consistently. A slight drop-off midway through the game, but plenty of encouraging signs for the Welshman. 40% checkout success in that one, 4 out of 10 on the outer ring for him. Unfortunately, it feels like a little bit of a JoJo, too little, too late for him in terms of qualifying for finals night. There you can see confirmation of it. He's on 6 points, along with Belmont and Parry. Don't think there are any chances for them to make any significant moves. So it is all eyes on Kelling, Monk and Cox. It looks like Cox has done enough. He's out on 12 points at the moment, but it's vital that Jamie Kelling gets back to winning ways in this match to go level with Arron Monk on 10 points. He doesn't want to get cut adrift of those two in first and second going into our final 6 games of the afternoon session. A reminder that they are playing for a place at finals night to join Danny Lauby, who's already booked his place on Saturday evening. So then let's get into this match. It is Glenn and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so Jamie Kelling is looking to put himself on double digits and join his teammate Arron Monk on 10 points with victory here against Kurt Parry, who quite simply has to win and hope.
I think if Zane, we've got our abacus out and everything here, but I think Lee Cox will be wanting Kurt Parry to win here. I still think it'll be interesting if Jamie Kelling gets there, because for me it's in a shootout out of Monk,
Hey, first leg,
Kelling,
it's Jamie to
Cox
throw
to go
first.
through. So,
Game on.
so many variables still. Just sit back and enjoy this best of 7 game.
If Lee can win next up
45.
against Alec Small, he will go through.
And that's all you need to think about. No point worrying about letting other people. My most memorable one was losing to
100.
Andrew Gilden, who famously cuddled me when we were both dripping in sweat. And then I had to rely on Gerwin Price to beat Simon Whitlock.
100.
Couldn't handle it. So I was on an athletics track in Wolverhampton, which surrounded the building there. And I could hear the screams for Simon Whitlock. So it's definitely better when it's in your own hands, that's for sure.
Control your destiny with your own darts.
It sounds like a film.
See if Daniel Day-Lewis is available for it.
43.
Lovely light.
Both started well.
140. Jamie requires 76.
Scoring's done for both players. Now it's the most important part of it, the doubles for door.
56. He requires
JK's not up
78.
to it there. Kurt Parry. That's not a great start. That's
38.
not what he was hoping
Jamie
for.
required 20.
So Kelling returns for double 10. That could be awkward.
Game shown the
That's a
first
fantastic
leg.
third dart.
Jamie Kelling.
He had 2 fantastic guides there, didn't he? But once again, didn't move on the hockey. Just relied on using them as a guide. And
Second leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
Parry kicks off leg 2 of a ton.
they're both scoring lovely in this game.
66.
66. What happened in 66? And it's the match tonight, isn't it?
Indeed.
135.
It went to Rome, though. It didn't come home.
60.
But I know that was then. It could be again.
Poet, L'Oreal.
85.
No. I'm beautiful enough not to have any kind of skin cream or anything like that.
69.
think what?
60.
Apologies, I've gone a little bit quiet here, but probably what people don't know is while you've got these headphones on, you get to hear the production team. And currently they're talking about Bungle and Jeffrey from Rainbow and some Daleks. So I do apologise if I've taken me eye off the ball here.
81, Jamie Rook, 167.
Tell them to zip it. Anyway, Kelling was 167 for 2-0 lead. Treble 19.
Oh, he's bungled it.
99, you require 40. Game
Oh,
shot
Jeffrey.
second
Oh,
leg.
Jeffrey, that's a great
Kurt
dart.
Parry.
I'm cracking up. Glenn, what's happening to me? You used to be a Premier League champion.
So look, it's Jamie
They're
to
talking
throw
about
first.
Rainbow on a Friday afternoon, lunchtime.
Up above the sky. Oh, yeah.
100.
Stop it, boys.
59.
And of course, after that aforementioned football match night, come and join us on Sportstuff TV from 10 o'clock for all the action from Group B.
50.
It's going to be a thrilling conclusion, that is for certain. Scott Williams leads the way in a 5-man group which comprises of him, Colin Osborne, Matt Dennett,
60.
Nathan Gervin, Sebastian Bioretsky. That's going to be absolutely sensational. 3 from 5 will go through to tomorrow night's final. 2 from 6 in this group will join Danny Lauby in the final. You can
140.
join us for that. Dartshot.tv is your place to get tickets for tomorrow night's showpiece occasion. And they are free of charge as well, even more importantly.
59.
And if it's anything like last night, Henry, it'll be it was an amazing night of darts. You know, all 5 were B+, A- games. It was a joy to watch. Certainly was.
96.
And personally, can't wait for tonight.
Kelling well in front in this leg, leaving
55.
1-1-5 after 12, and he's
115.
going to get 6 at it here. Treble 19 for the requisite double, but it won't go this time, but he's going
99.
to return.
It's a lovely setup, though. And that was the job when your opponent's on 268.
134,
Great
Jamie
darts
records
there from
16.
Parry, but the leg's in Jamie's hands.
Game shot on the third leg.
And we've talked so
Jamie
much about his
Kelling.
prowess on that double, on that outer ring. And when he needs it most, he bangs it right in the middle.
Fourth leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
But it's still with
Game
throw,
on.
Henry. I do apologise, still with throw. So Kurt's got his job to do here. And continuing that trend.
96.
You're thinking the same thing, Glenn. Great minds and all of that.
Partners.
In crime.
140.
Seeing a different Jamie Kelling here. Do you think he's been berating himself backstage and he had it all in his hands? It's sort of gone against him a little bit, but I'm just seeing signs of
30.
a much more improved performance here.
Yeah, and I would have taken a couple of minutes just to relax, recompose myself, maybe get a little bit of fresh air,
60.
something like that. And that's very important sometimes, just to step out the room for a couple of minutes, get away from the pressure cooker,
100.
and just then come back, reevaluate and recompose.
It's quite a small practice room in there. I'm just trying to give a flavour of what it's like out there. It's quite a small, and when there's 6 lads in there, big
60.
characters, sometimes you've just got to do your own thing. I was fascinated with Bioretsky last night because he just sort of sits in the corner and does his own
60.
thing. And if I was JK after that last match, he had to get that focus back because that was he was all about yesterday. Focus was key. His preparation was great.
140.
And I'm just seeing a different man all of a sudden. So whatever he did, it worked.
Got to think about this, Kurt.
59.
Well done.
Jamie record 101.
101 for Kelling. For 3-1. Treble 19. Left double 12.
69. Kurt,
It's
you record
another fantastic setup. Puts
156.
all the pressure in the world on this 156. But what a start that is. You'd be disappointed after that first start, you know.
100. Jamie required 32.
2 16s.
Is he going to do a Belmont?
No score. Kurt, you require 56.
No, he won't. So Parry for parity once again. He wants tops.
16.
But that doesn't go, and so
Jamie
Kelling
required
returns.
32. 16.
Wow.
Kurt, you require 40.
You could tell he
Games
did
on
not
the
like
fourth
that,
leg.
and he will
Kurt
hate
Parry.
seeing that. 2 apiece. And Jamie Kelling has had his opportunities. He has missed 6 darts
Fifth leg, it's Jamie
for a
to throw
3-1
first.
lead. And Kurt Parry levels us up at 2 apiece. And the most interested spectator here
43.
will be Arron Monk.
I was about to say that probably when Kurt
42.
Parry looks back at the past 2 days, just that clutch finishing has been probably the weakest there. But of all the people who's been the strongest, you would say it's been JK. But
60.
this time he's on a lowly 18% on his checkout averages, and really should be 3-1 up right now.
58.
But you find out a little bit about yourself. You know, this time when you're meant to be 3-1, how's his brain? Has he put that to
60.
one side? It doesn't look like it, you know, because I've just talked so nicely about how good he looks, how focused he looks, how determined he looks. And all of a sudden he's now showing real insecurities,
180.
and that won't help him.
Could that be down to a lack of experience in this specific situation?
96.
Sometimes you can want something too much. And one thing I did take away is how excited he was for Saturday night. He has a lot of people coming. If he can qualify,
93.
is that on his mind?
Getting caught up in a moment that's not there, not the one that is present.
60.
And at
Hey,
this
Rock,
present moment, he
128.
is all over the place. Parry for a 3-2 lead. 2 10s
Game
for the
shot in
turnaround.
fifth leg.
And in some style.
Parry.
And Kurt Parry now has the throw for the match after Kelling spurned 6 for 3-1.
Sixth leg, it's Kurt to
And
throw
how
first.
quickly things can ebb,
Game
how
on.
quickly things can flow, and how quickly things can change here at the Super Series.
42.
It was a stunning finish, but how many times they then go up? Probably the hardest part is to then start the next leg. You've done all that hard work, and then you open up with a 42. It's frustrating.
100.
This is his opportunity. 3 big darts, and that's just not good enough. That is.
85.
But it just gives JK that chance now. And JK is back where he wants to be. He's back in that lipstick. And he's on
140.
2-6-1 after 6 darts. That's exactly where he wanted to be. Kurt will be frustrated.
46.
How can I check out 1-8? How can I break him? How can I be thrown for the match? And all of a sudden, after 9 darts, I'm still only on 3-8. That's why we love this game of darts.
53.
These two are giving away more unwanted gifts than at an office Christmas party at this present moment in time.
54.
Kelling on 208. He's the favourite for this leg to take us to a decider. We hadn't seen one till game 9, the last match.
96.
We may see 2 in succession.
First dart was
Jamie
just
McCormick,
begging a
112.
140. That first dart was begging a 180. That's not the greatest position there, yeah. He sort of had to go over. Treble 17.
42.
We've seen so many 1-3-4s this weekend.
44. Jamie requires 70.
Disappointing.
So to take us the distance. 1 dart at tops.
50.
Drags below, and so Kurt Parry
Jamie
has
require
130 for the match. He'll be hoping to get a dart at the bullseye at least.
1-8 in the last leg. It's not the greatest of darts. That certainly is. Bull!
Game
What
shot
a
on the
finish.
match.
Following his
Kurt
1-8
Parry.
in the previous leg, Kurt Parry split this group wide open once again. 2 fantastic finishes, 66% on his checkout rate, an 81.69 average. He's back in the mix. Kurt Parry. Next up, we've got Lee Cox, top of the table against Alec Small. Join us soon.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've got Glenn Durran alongside me. Glenn, that last result really does seem like a crucial one in the context of the league table.
He's such a good player, Parry. It's sort of nice to see him play well, and the 1:28 finish and the 1:30 finish was delightful.
Yeah, absolutely. That 1:30 to win the match there at the end. But Jamie Kelling, 16% checkout success in that one. That's really unusual for him.
I mean, the story of today, you know, Jamie was top of the group, and I know he's desperate to come here on Saturday night, and I just wonder how overnight has been for him. Has he been thinking too much, getting himself too sort of excited for Saturday night? So, yeah, but he's not out of it yet.
No, not at all. And as you can see, Small Cox coming out behind me there onto the stage. How do you see... I'm sorry, I've gone already. How do you see this one going?
Well, Alex is sort of like coming to his own a little bit today, and I'm really pleased to see that. Like I said, we've talked an awful lot about him, but what a story about Lee Cox. It's been absolutely fantastic. This is a guy who's come to the MODUS Super Series this week with absolutely no confidence. You know, I've been talking to his family and friends a little bit about him, and they all sort of said something similar. I'm absolutely delighted for him, I really am.
It's amazing, though, as well, that even though you can see Alec Small in last place there, I know we've spoken about him, I know that you like his throw, you like a lot about him, but it's amazing that coming out of this Group C, everyone has positives to take from it.
And that's really important, and that's key. When you do self-reflect, it's really important that you do focus on the positives. You can highlight the negatives and work on them. And I don't think there's too many negatives to do about anything. They're learning as the progression. And this is what the Super Series does. It gives you them opportunities to learn.
Most definitely. Right then, so it is still Glenn and Henry in the commentary box. So let's get back to the Small Cox action.
Oh, Abby. How do I follow that? There's nothing I can say to it, to be perfectly honest. You've left the commentator speechless. So, Alec Small against Lee Cox then. And this is a crucial one for Lee because victory here, and he is through. He doesn't have to look at the numeracy, he doesn't have to look at the maths, doesn't have to look at the results.
Game on.
Win and he is in.
$85.
And he will return for the finals tomorrow night, which takes place at 10 p.m. in front of a crowd here on Sporty Stuff TV. You can join that crowd. Dartshop.tv for
62.
your free tickets to the finals. Danny Lauby is already there. He qualified on Wednesday. He's
81.
somewhere on the south coast sunning himself up and probably practicing for tomorrow night's action. Lee Cox can join him with a win here.
58.
Or shall I say, Lee Cox is through no matter what, due to
64.
the way that the group results have gone.
Oh, that's great news for Lee. Absolutely delighted for him, and I don't think he knows that. I think he's going up there thinking that he needs these 2 points. That's probably the best thing that could happen to him.
Yeah. That victory for Parry ensured that he can't be caught in third. Arron Monk can still win this group. He's the only one that can stop him from finishing top.
Lovely maximum there from Alec Small. He just looks like a different player all of a sudden. Since he realised he can't qualify, he's just flinging them in all over. Now the game's easy for him. He's up against the top of the league. And it's, yeah, that's a lovely performance there from Alec Small. 107 average.
Second against Alec.
He looks like a different man. I wish he could start again from yesterday, because look at him. He's just flinging them in from the lampshades.
83.
What do you think getting through to the final tomorrow night will mean for Lee?
I am speaking to friends, family, I won't lie. I'm trying to do is get as much into the knowledge of these players who are playing now.
94.
And I know that they're looking for hotels, you know, so family and friends do want to come up and see him. Sometimes you feel like you're repeating yourself. He came here with no
60.
confidence. This is going to do him the world of good. I know it's county weekend. I don't know if it's London this week. And obviously with him being captain, he'll try and you know, do both. But really pleased for him. A proud man. It's not easy to turn up when you're feeling not very good about your game. The cameras are there. But look at him all day. He just looks like a different person. But he is up here against an inspired
100.
Alec Small. It'd be no surprise to me if Alec Small wins it, because Lee will probably be thinking, I've done enough now, and already thinking of tomorrow night.
42.
And Small has made a charge, leaving 160 after 12, averaging 97 in these early stages. Cox all the way back on 286.
96. Alec, give a 160.
So 160 for 2-0 in, well, pretty much next to no time at all.
128.
I like that. I like that. Only because Lee's on 190, especially if he's a 16s man. It's the route I would have gone with Lee on so far back. It's also
41.
telling me that he's
And he
still
requires
thinking
32.
logically, Alex, and he's beginning to enjoy this whole
Games on the
tournament. And
second leg. Alec Small.
he's looking like the best player in the group right now. You know, he's settled, and for someone like Alec just going home this weekend after this week,
So I guess
if he
Lee
can
to
finish
throw
on a real high,
first.
that's going to benefit him for the future.
That's definitely for Lee, though. He will be through to tomorrow night's final. We'll be looking to win the
60.
£5,000 top prize and look to join the 8 players who have already qualified for Champions Week in the middle of October.
98.
Robert Owen, Chaz Barstow, Graham Hall, Darryl Pilgrim, Lee Evans, Kieran Tian, Graham Usher and Conan Whitehead. And it's a quality field, and they've had to do it the hard way when you hear the list
47.
of players who haven't made it through by finishing runner-up. David Pallett twice, Mike Warburton, Jean Van Veen, Josh Payne, Neil Duff, Ryan
60.
Finesse. Got to earn it here.
That's good. That's interesting to hear that, even personally for myself. That's appreciate that, Henry.
Stephen Burton as
100.
well.
Great player.
Big Ipswich fan. There's a lot of darts players that are Ipswich
43.
fans.
Kevin Painter.
Kev, the
Uh,
Richardsons,
Is Keith Deller?
Keith. Our team got a big game against them in a couple of
60.
weeks.
Was?
Pompey, top of the table in League One.
Play up, Pompey.
54.
Just a little bit of a lull in this game all of a sudden. That's probably just what Alec... when these games are sort of really tight, these are the ones that Lee sort of comes through and finds something here. Whereas Alex got the game, and if he's at his fluent
100.
best, he's usually sort of well ahead in these legs. But that's the part dart for him.
140.
And isn't he good when he gets that first dart going?
134.
Isn't he good? And he sets that up for a lovely 106 finish, but Lee's on 134. Double 10.
20 left.
What a fantastic morning he's had already.
114. And I give a 106.
Why did he stop? Treble 18. And double 16.
90.
I fancied
Lee
that.
required 20.
I fancied that young man.
Games on the third leg.
Do you fancy that
Lee
down to the
Cox.
ground? And it brings the score back to 2-1. But it is Small who has the darts in the 4 to open up a 2-leg
Full leg is Alex
advantage.
to
If he can
throw
do that,
first.
he
Game on.
only needs one for victory.
I wonder if he thinks he's qualified or still needs to win this game, because the way he punched the air there when that double 10 went in,
85.
that's telling me that he still thinks he's got work and points to gain.
Just looks a bit tight, doesn't he?
Yes, I agree
39.
with you. Them shoulders have tightened up, and I think he'll be delighted when he goes back to find out that he has qualified.
Because if you look at the way that both
134.
players are throwing, Small's playing with this little bit of freedom. Just have a look at the way that he's throwing these darts. It just looks tense. There's a lot of shoulder involved in the action.
96.
Yeah, you can see the tension, you can see the anxiety and the stress going through the body of there, but it's coming from the mind. It's coming because
60.
he's thinking elsewhere. Alex is a bit like, I just want to get home now. I'm just going to do this, win 4-1, and I'm off home. You know, it's just mentality. It's crazy what the brain can do to you when you're playing darts.
85.
Once again, it's all. What do you do? I think you go down to the 19s here.
58.
At least it leaves a finish. But Lee's not out of this leg. The kind of wins he's had this week. He's winning games where maybe he shouldn't have, he shouldn't have won yesterday. Today he's been pretty clinical. Sometimes it's just your day.
100. Alec, you require 164.
That's down to mentality and mindset as well. As Alec Small wants 164.
92.
Really good switch.
I'm learning things to do with finishes, that's for sure. What do you mean I never get down to finishes now? That's not very nice,
85.
Henry.
Alec, you require 72.
Which way would you go here? Fat 20. Tops for a 3-1 lead.
52.
So
He requires
96.
96.
Again. How many times this finish this week? Double.
Game shot on the
When it's your
fourth
day,
leg.
it is your
Lee
day.
Cox.
And that is a finish. He's 2-2 in a match he's never, ever been close to being anywhere near. But that's the kind of
Fifth leg, it's
victories
Lee
Lee
to
Cox has
throw
been getting this
first.
week. And he holds his hands up.
Game on.
He appreciates the fact it's 2-2. How am I in this game? But you are, Lee. And more importantly, it's your throw.
2 out of 3 on the doubles. That is why we are where we are.
77.
If I was analysing Alex, he can go to sleep. 2-0, he was running away with it. He'll be wondering, how is it 2-2?
140.
And if it's anything like the rest of the week, this is the time that Lee sort of kicks on from now.
85.
Hasn't found getting over the finishing line a problem, has he?
$58.
The magnet of that treble 19 continues to work. I'd have stayed there, unless I've got my maths wrong there, maybe. He's going to have to bring the 19s into this.
97.
1-2-9 finish. That's the dart he looks for. That's the second dart he looks for.
140.
And that's what it's all about with Alec Small.
129.
Brings him back into this leg, brings him back into this match.
Could be a leg changer. Treble 20. Would have left the bullseye. So Alec Small returns to 109
Alec,
for a
you're
breaker
109.
throw to put himself 3-2 in front. Treble 19. So Lee returns to 72 for a
53.
3-2 lead,
He
and it would
requires
put him
72.
1 away from the victory post.
The way it's been going today, you'd have fancied that, but after that first dart there, he's going to struggle now. He's going to have to bring the bull into this game. Bullseye.
33.
A long
Alec,
way
you
away.
require 56.
Double 18 for the lead. The horrible, dreaded double 9.
38.
And it was dreaded certainly
Lee
for Alec
require
Small.
39.
39 for Lee Cox for 3-2. 2 16s. 2 9s now.
Game shot on the
Double
fifth leg.
double. He's just showing
Lee
off.
Cox.
That was a strange way to finish that leg, wasn't it? It was
Significant
just
Alec
getting a
to
little
throw
bit
first.
scrappy. It was just getting a little bit messy. But like I said, you just feel it's Lee's
100.
day, don't you? And yeah, he'll be going into tomorrow night now on a crest of a wave.
Sometimes you just know when things are going your way.
77.
And he's probably had months where, for him to have no confidence, he's probably had months where nothing's been going right for him.
137.
But he's here, he took a chance, and it's worked.
And that's what it's all about, taking advantage of your opportunities when they arise.
140.
And now he's trying to make a charge against the darts.
He really flicks that dart, just brings it back lovely. And when he gets that
134.
timing right, Alec, it goes sweet as anything I've seen this week. Whereas Lee, there's so much effort in that throw. And like you said, maybe the shoulder's not as much into
Alec,
it as early as it was in this
130.
match. But this is pretty when he gets that right. But it's the
89.
inconsistency. That's what he'll go away with. That's what he'll go and work on. For a 24-year-old, he's got all the time in the world.
Send us all the way.
41.
It's not the first time we've said that this week, is it?
Dart Javu.
9. Lee require 143.
How do you fancy this?
$84. And you require
It's not
32.
the tail of the tape. I haven't got all the confidence in the world of this going in. Double 8.
Game shot on the 6th.
Good lad. That's really good.
Alec
A
Small.
little nod of approval from both players. It probably deserves to go all the way this game.
And it's the second time in consecutive days that this pair have gone the distance. Yesterday, it was Cox who got over the line with a 4-3 victory. Is it going to be repeat or revenge today, I wonder?
The trading blows like Joe Joyce versus Joseph Parker. It's jab after jab, but who's got the knockout?
Can't believe that's a PPV fight, though.
Yeah.
100.
That £20 sterling of mine will be...
Staying in your pocket.
Indeed it is.
You've had that £20 in your pocket for all year, I've heard.
You know those flies that were on the stage?
Yeah.
That's because I opened my wallet yesterday.
100.
You're only breathing. We had that one yesterday, production team.
136.
Just when you think he's out of legs, just when you think it's all over, he just seems to pull that score. The better player has been Alec Small.
97.
He's over 10 points difference in the averages. 262. He's got to use the 18s at this point. It's not the end of the world, that one, if a treble 20 comes in.
52.
Advantage small.
64.
And that's the kind of area. A 204. I would love to have seen a lovely 140 there from Alec.
And so what damage can Lee do here?
60.
150 plays 140, but it's Small first to the board with the 140. It won't go.
That's a good. Just don't bust it.
80.
Not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. He stayed so far away from that treble 20. But the way it's been going today, do not write out this man. He's not over yet.
58. Alec, you require
20
60.
for tops. For Alec Small to win the match. Tops it is. Double 10.
50.
Doesn't go. And
He
so Cox
required
returns to
92.
92.
Treble 20 or bullseye. So many players are taking this aggressive route now. I think it's double-double, so he's looking at that double 18.
56.
Probably just stay there to set it up.
Alec, you require 10.
Two options again, straight for double 5 or 2 double 4. Let's see what it's all about. A fantastic marker. Another fantastic marker, surely.
No score.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, there's something like that happened
You
yesterday for the
require
boy.
36.
But as
So-
we said, when it's your day, Lee Cox to cement for Saturday night. Double 9, which is it already.
18.
Frustration personified.
Alec, you require 10.
And so 2-5 to Alec Small to get over the line.
6.
And so double 9
require
for Lee
18.
Cox.
The fact
To
he's
get over
hit
the
it
line.
already. The fact he's hit it already means he's probably going to go straight for it. That's a nice marker again. But such a horrid dart that you're frightened to go into the big number.
9.
That's exactly what he's done, but what a way to end this match.
Alec, you
By far the
require
worst
4.
game for Lee all morning. You just feel that that Saturday night thing is on his mind.
Game shot
And Alec
on the
Small,
match.
in his penultimate
Alec
game,
Small.
takes the victory. Just looking at Lee Cox, he probably doesn't realise he's qualified there. I think if he goes back and hears that, the worst he can do is second place. But let's highly commend Alec Small for a 4-3 victory, an 82.2 on average. Nothing to write out about with finishing there, but he got the 2 points, and that's what it's all about. And next up, we've got Arron Monk against Stefan Bellmont.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, we've just seen Alec Small come through in a last leg decider. We can see the stats from that game there. It was another last leg decider. Lee Cox unable to make it 4 wins from 4 on the final day of Group C action. It was a last leg decider. As I said, neither of them overly convincing towards the back end of legs. 180 in that match from Alec Small. Interestingly, though, when we take a little look at the table, we will see that Lee Cox joins Danny Lauby in finals night. He has done enough to book his space there, but I have just spoken to Owen Binks, who spoke to Lee Cox after that match, and he's the one that broke it to him because he wasn't aware during that match against Alec Small that he had already booked his place. You could see, couldn't you, that he looked really nervy towards the back end of that match in that last leg decider. It was really, really nervy on the outer ring, but Owen Binks has broken the news to him that he's done enough and he's booked his place there. So we will be catching up with him at the end of match 13. We'll have him here to discuss how he's feeling upon booking his place in finals night. But now it's time to move on to another player who's looking to book his place there tomorrow night. That is Arron Monk. And it's all in his own hands going into this one against Stefan Bellmont. So let's find out whether he's able to do enough to get closer to booking his place in finals night with Glenn and Henry.
Thank you, Abby. So we know the first identity through to finals night from Group C, and congratulations to Lee Cox, who will join us tomorrow night here at finals night in Portsmouth. Arron Monk is the favourite now to join him there. It'll be between him and Jamie Kelling to secure that place at finals night. Stefan Belmont can get on to 8 points and make things interesting going into the final round of fixtures. But realistically, it's in Arron Monk's hands as to his progression through to the next round. Who's your fancy here, Glenn?
I think there's just more for Arron here. You know, I think Stefan's obviously just playing for pride now, so...
Okay, first leg, it's Arron to throw first. Game on.
It would be on Arron, that's for sure. He knows here. If he wins this game, it's all in his hands. I've seen a different Arron Monk as well. I thought, like I said, he was the real life and soul in the practice room. We're pretty much next door, and we could hear sort of an awful lot going on yesterday. It was very vocal, but sounds very, you know, it sounds very focused in there right now. It's a lot more serious, and I think everyone's got their heads down today and making a conscious effort to get through. So a long-winded answer.
100.
He knows what he's got to do. It's quite simple. If he wins his remaining 2 matches, he is through.
100.
Nice position to be in.
And once again, just looking at body language,
85.
he does look like he has that focus, but I say yesterday, you just couldn't take your eyes off him. He was intriguing to watch. His mannerisms were very, very interesting, to say the least. But today, just looks a little bit more focused, and I think that gets the best out of him.
Which is what we want to see.
60.
He's himself 116 after 12 with Belmont all the way back on 227, but he's going to make inroads. Huge inroads. Maximum inroads.
Arron, you 116.
There's no better response though from a 180 than a big 3-figure finish.
96.
Boy, did I
Stefan,
fancy
you
that.
require 47.
But the biggest hurdle for Stefan's all week has been his finishing. Let's see how he does with this double 16 and double 8.
Game shot in the first leg.
Right in the corner. That's
Stefan
a good feeling.
Belmont.
And for your opponent, that's an absolute sick and a real kick in the stomach. And it was a breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Stefan to throw first. $56.
Just a reminder of the scenario. Win for Arron Monk, and he will join us tomorrow night. And
140.
that'll be some occasion here at the Super Series. It could get quite raucous in here, should I say.
I mean, we were cheering for JK or Arron to get through,
40.
one of the local lads, just so we can get some family friends in here to make it a great atmosphere. And of course, you know, Lee Cox doesn't live too far away. It'd be great if he has some support. If we can get some locals in here as well. I'm pretty excited to see what it's like on a Saturday night, and be sure we're going to see an amazing competition tomorrow.
You'll not be disappointed. It is a really good atmosphere here on a
140.
Saturday night. The crowd really do get into it, but in a respectful manner. And you can join us. Free tickets available, dartshop.tv. All the tickets are available for all the weeks up until week 12, and then we'll tell you more about Champions Week when we get there, and we'll announce the lineup for week 10 during tomorrow night's programme, where Chris Mason's going to join the pair of us, and that is as unlucky a dart as it could be for Stefan Bellmont. There's 114 points on the floor.
That's incredible. I thought I blinked at one point there during that. Double 16.
70.
Stefan, just no emotion. Just brush it off. For a lot of people, that would be a real sickener. We've had some bounce outs. It's had an effect on legs and matches.
140. Arron requires 32.
Just gets on with it. Leisurely 140. Double A, this is beginning to be a bit of a must.
Game's on the second leg.
Delivers.
Arron Monk.
Fist is out. The Maverick. The character. The bounce out.
So it's Arron to throw first. Game on.
Arron starts.
14 dart leg as well for Monk, averaging 101.5 after 2 legs. 3 legs away from finals night.
He must be feeling good because he's left the same stems in.
No chopping and changing for Arron.
Snakebite Monk.
60.
Just looking for that spark now, isn't he? The pace of Belmont. It's tough. You know, when you're as an aggressive dart player as Arron is, he probably would bounce off people who are an Alec Small, a Parry, you know, people who are quite fluent. But when you're playing someone as steady
134.
and lethargic as Stefan Belmont, it's, you know, it's tough. You've just got to get in there and concentrate on your own game, and it probably doesn't suit the game of Arron Monk.
67.
I'm not sure there's many darts players who could bench press more than go in price, but I reckon Arron Monk would give it a good go.
Yeah, I wouldn't like a fight with Arron Monk or Josh Payne, that's for sure.
97.
New look dart player, Glenn.
Well, yeah, I mean, I joined that. You know, you could argue it's Arron Monk, Josh Payne and Glenn Durrant, you know, as the 3 strongest.
Does are the Adonis.
Hey, that's got a ring to it. I wonder if anyone's got that nickname.
125.
I haven't seen much with this 2-3-1, but going down on the 19s does make sense. I haven't seen a lot of players do that. And maybe that's the reason why.
Stefan, you require
a
85.
3-dart finish. But Stefan's on a 2-dart 85 finish here. He's really trying to spoil the party here. Bullseye.
60. Arron requires 131.
Much better than that.
1-3-1 for Monk. Tops, surely. He's going to stay there. 71. He went for it again. I'm not quite sure that's 25. The correct play. But Belmont returns for 25 for a break of throw. Double 8 it is.
Game
cool, calm,
leg.
crisp,
Stefan
and
Belmont.
precise.
I just love the way he walks to and from the
It's Stefan to throw first.
No matter what was happening. He reminds me of someone. I was talking to him earlier. He speaks like someone, and I'm trying to work out who that is. I don't know if it's like a Jose de Souza, someone like that.
100.
But yeah, nothing ruffles him. It's good. Definitely not Roger Federer.
The second best Swiss athlete behind Stefan. Not a bad doubles lineup though, is it tonight? Seemed worse.
Yeah, that photo was superb earlier, wasn't it?
85.
The last time I saw a picture with 4 goats in, I was looking at the country file calendar.
Boom. And that one's not from the production team.
93.
It's not how the script was meant to go for Arron Monk here.
81.
He's looking second best in a lot of this game here, but 274 gives him lots of opportunities to get down to a finish. That's a great start.
137.
Exactly what he needed to do there to stay in this match. The bullseye could come into play here with this third dart.
47. Arron require 137.
Advantage Monk.
He's going to head upstairs.
59.
Stay there. He's going to come back for 78 because Belmont's back on 188. This is for the break back as well for Arron Monk to make it 2 apiece, and it put him within 2 of progression to Saturday night's
92.
final alongside
Arron
Lee
requires
Cox and
78.
Danny Albee. So 78 to level this game up. Tops
58.
just drags underneath.
So I'm guessing that
Seven
was a double
required
19
96.
first dart he was going for there. Unconventional once again. But it might be what it makes him tick. Not for me to sit here and say what's going to get the best out of him. But he's missed his opportunity there,
56.
Stefan.
Arron require 20.
Big darts coming up. This is for the break.
Double 5.
Game shot on the
And you could
fourth
tell what it means to
Arron
Arron Monk. The huge celebration for a huge moment for the self-proclaimed Maverick.
Love the reaction. And it's
Fifth leg, it's
Desmond.
Arron to throw first. Game on.
If that's the reaction for 2-2, imagine the reaction when he qualifies, or if he
58.
qualified.
Don't tell me anybody that this doesn't mean nothing to nobody. This is a big competition. They all want to qualify for Saturday night. They all want to qualify for the Champion of Champions.
139.
In fairness, Arron Monk could probably play for a packet of skips and still have that kind of celebration.
But what a great mentality to have.
95.
Every game, no matter what you play, whether it's a World Championship final at Alexandra Palace or you're down in a local open, it should all mean the same. And the second it doesn't is the
137.
second, really, that you've got to question yourself.
I tell you what I have enjoyed here, the fact that the people who can't qualify, they're not taking this lightly. They still
60.
want to win each leg of darts. They know that there's guys sat in the practice room now who are relying on Stefan to win here, you know, for their safety. And, you know, they're still playing for their own prizes. But I've been really pleased with that.
140.
And of course, as well, these players have been acquainted for 5 days in some cases. So out of respect for them as well, they want to
125.
do their best. And also they want to showcase their best, because they know if they can, even if they can't qualify, then try and get yourself back here in the next phase. Belmont wants tops.
Game shot on
Belmont
the
gets
fifth
tops.
leg.
And he breaks
Stefan
Arron Monk.
Bellmont.
And he's on the hill at 3-2.
There's no scream or shout there for Stefan. Just
See if
casually
we get
gets his
Stefan
darts
to throw
out.
first. Game on.
Labours back to the hockey. And replication once again.
These two could probably be described by a song by the Commodores and a song by the
85.
Beatles. Stefan's easy like Sunday morning. Arron likes to twist and shout.
That's very good. That's your best one so far. warming up, sir.
180.
Just like Arron is. That's a wonderful start to this leg. Just when you think the match was running away from you.
96.
And I certainly think if he wins this match, he will be spinning, and he gets a 9 darter. I'll do a twist and shout.
100.
Just make sure you don't break any ligaments.
Climbing up them stairs to the comedy box is bad enough for me these days.
100.
There is a first aid bag just underneath your desk.
I've used it.
2-2-1 for Monk. Needs a treble,
57.
doesn't get one. He leaves 164, but gives Belmont a supreme opportunity to go and seal the match and make things very, very interesting. In terms of this group, it would open the door for JK, who takes on Alec Small next.
But Stefan's on his favourite 85 finish there, so this 164 is doubly difficult now. It's still no treble.
60. Stefan, you require 85.
Big favourite now is Stefan. He's just done this last time, so it should be treble 15 again. Exactly the same. For the match, tops.
Game
And I can
shot
hear
on
Jamie
the
Kelling
match.
screaming with delight in the
Stefan
background there, 'cause
Belmont.
it saves his bacon as we continue. A huge win there to Stefan Belmont. A 95.54 average, 1/180. A brilliant 57.14%, 4 from 7 on the checkout. It's blown this group wide open once again. Jamie Kelling is up next against Alec Small. Join us soon.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome back to the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, where we're reaching the conclusion of the action in Group C. Just one more round of games to go, and Stefan Bellmont, well, he's kept things interesting going into that. He's just claimed a victory, 4-2 victory over Arron Monk, an average in excess of 95 in that one, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, one of his most clinical displays on the outer ring so far today. It means that it's still in Arron Monk's hands whether he qualifies with Lee Cox, but it does also give Jamie Kelling something worth fighting for in his next match against Alec Small. There we can see that he hit 180 in that one, Stefan Belmont in that win. And interestingly, the last match of the day is Stefan Bellmont against Lee Cox, so that could have some connotation as to who finishes top of the table. We can take a look at the standings now, heading into our final 3 games of this afternoon's session. As I've just mentioned, it is in Arron Monk's hands whether he qualifies, but Jamie Kelling with a victory here could really apply the pressure on Monk in second place. So then it is Alec Small back up on the stage, playing with a bit more freedom now than he was when he had something to play for. There are certainly positives for him to take from today's play. Let's see how this one goes. A reminder that Jamie Kelling needs a victory to keep his chances of qualifying alive. Let's hand back over to Glenn and Henry.
Cheers, Abby. And so Group C comes up to the boil as we enter the final round of fixtures here. Jamie Kelling has to win to stand any chance of progressing through to finals night. He takes on Alec Small, who cannot qualify. We've got an interesting dynamic now for the rest of this group campaign. 3 players can still qualify in second. Kelling, Monk and Belmont. And they all play 3 players who, at this stage, at this juncture, have got nothing to play for.
140.
It's been a really disappointing morning for Jamie Kelling. You know, to see him last night as I left, 46. He looked so happy, so pleased with how the day's gone. It couldn't have gone really any worse today. And disappointing, even if he wins here, he's not guaranteed to get through. Everything's really in Arron Monk's hands right now.
39.
But interestingly enough, we've written off Stefan Bellmont maybe an hour ago, but we've been getting our fingers and toes out here, and there's still a possibility for Stefan as well, so it's all to play for here.
Still a lot to be decided going into the
59.
Final round of fixtures here in Group C at the Super Series. A reminder that we're back from 10 p.m. this evening for Group B action. 3 from 5 will go through from there. Scott Williams leading the charge on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. That's absolutely excellent from Kelling to apply full pressure on this 1-3-4 in this opening leg.
Top stops.
75. Jamie require 83.
Rushes, occasionally rushes it there, doesn't he? But would you change it? Double 16.
Game shown the first.
That's what he was all about. That's what he did
Jamie
yesterday.
Kelling.
Exactly what he was doing yesterday, and he'd be frustrated in one sense that he hasn't been doing that all this morning as well. Sometimes when it's not in your hands, the game becomes a little bit easier. The shoulders don't tighten up as much. And yeah, all he can do is his part. All he can do is win the match and see what happens from there.
85.
He's got county darts tomorrow. He's in the B squad for Hampshire.
27.
A strange few days, you know, you can go there on a real high of sort of winning this group, and be interesting to see how he feels. Well, hopefully he sees the positives.
60.
Like you said, probably the best you've seen him play in this tournament. You know, loads of positives there here for JK, no matter what happens.
140.
Just take every dart as it comes and see what the end result is. That's got to be the mantra. That's got to be his MO over the next few legs or so. But that 41 has allowed Alec Small in here against the darts, having obtained the break Kelling in the opening leg. You may see it, the advance you have, disappear.
That treble 20's taking a battering now. You can just see in your screens there.
60.
It's took a battering all morning.
$94.
Good thinking with the last dart there to leave 100. Shouldn't be staying there. That's good thinking. Good thinking. 18s.
97. Alec, you require 100.
Didn't he finish on 158, Omar? Was it one? No, I don't think it was.
I think you might think of Colin Osborne.
Yes.
60. Jamie,
you call that one, didn't I? Didn't want to put the mockers on Colin for that one.
I'll return the favour.
Yes, here we go.
98. Alec, you require 40.
So tops to level us up.
Game
And for a second consecutive break of throw.
Small.
And Alec Small gets us back level at one apiece. All eyes will be watching this in the practice room. Arron Monk and Stefan Bellmont will be very interested parties. If Kelling loses, he's out of the equation. If he wins,
83.
then he is hoping that Parry can get the better of Arron Monk. If Monk wins his final game, he's through to tomorrow night.
45.
If Parry wins, we'll wait to see what happens between Belmont and Cox in our last game of the afternoon session.
140.
Belmont would have to win by a swing, though.
Is this indicative how the Super Series goes? Does it usually go down to the
55.
last penultimate game and final game? Is that what it's been like sort of the past few months?
Should have been here last Friday. It was absolute
80.
chaos. I think a couple of weeks ago, I was here with Matt Edgar, and there was a scenario where I think there was about
100.
3 different scenarios in the last game of
Really?
the last match of Group B.
And when you've been playing for 2 full days, it's an incredible thought that it all goes down to that.
134.
Alec's been great the past hour or so. He's really stepped up to the fore. He really has.
180. Alec, you require
That's his
64.
second max. And once again is
48. Jamie
Really
require
fancy that.
121.
301 in 6 darts is always a wonderful feeling. Until you get Glenn Durrant on the mic.
81.
For Alec
Alec, you
Small,
require
What are you
60.
made of? 8-8 to take a 2-1 lead.
Game shot on the third
Is that
day.
with a plum?
Alec Small.
He shakes his head. Don't know why. He should be really happy. He's averaging over 90. 40% on the checkouts. It's on throw.
Fourth leg, it's Jamie
We're
to
back with
throw
JK.
first.
Will there be a part of him in the back of his mind that's thinking, why wasn't this
60.
here yesterday in the first part today?
Absolutely. Because he's a winner. I mean, he's a champion, you know. He's
40.
normal. But I'd like to think he's going to go home with the positives. I think the positives for me outweigh the negatives. And the past hour and a half has really showed what he's made of. And
100.
another time when he comes back here, you know, he's got to focus on that. He has to play like this every time and just show just a
60.
touch more composure for me. Sometimes his last darts have really been lacking for him, and that's something I've noticed with him. Don't be worried about your speed. That's just natural. But just
140.
a little bit of your behaviours on there. Just sometimes you're breathing and standing back. But he's got the game there.
42.
All a learning experience. He burst onto the scene with that victory at the Champion of Champions. It's been a bit of a whirlwind experience for the Welshman over the
140.
last few weeks or so.
180. Jamie
Makes it
requires
look so easy
61.
at times, doesn't he?
46 remaining. Double
Game is on
18,
the
10 for
fourth
double
leg.
18 for
Jamie
2-2.
Kelling.
And our favourite word of the day, parity.
Well, this group has been so hard to prize apart.
Fifth leg, it's Alec to throw first.
We saw the
Game
flurry
on.
of 4 threes yesterday, and in fairness, we haven't seen a 4-0 today. We haven't seen a 4-0
180.
in this group altogether.
Incredible. The fourth 180 of this match. When you
81.
talk about consistencies, inconsistencies. He hits the 180, but it's usually followed with a much lower figure.
59.
Well, yesterday we had to wait till game 24-25 to see our first 4-0.
Seems a
85.
long time ago. That's pretty impressive
109.
darts, but again, that last dart, just when he needs that little bit of composure, he's virtually walking to the hockey, walking to the dartboard with that final dart. That's the only
96.
criticism
Alec,
I've got of the boy.
153.
1-5-3. Can't be done now, so it's all about setting it up with JK
27.
all the way back on 2-3-9. But this is some response. Some response
180.
when he
Alec,
needed something
126.
inspired.
And for me, it all stems, but what a dart. What a dart. What are you made of, young man?
140.
Width of a wire.
Jamie requires
so-
59.
The most crucial 2 darts Jamie Kelling has thrown this week. Double 10,
39.
but it doesn't go. And Alec
Alec, you
Small back for
require
3-2.
12.
You can smell the tension, can't you, with Jamie? Whereas Alex is just on a free roll. He's just enjoying himself. That's the big difference for me right now.
No score.
But when you
Jamie
talk about
required
opportunistic,
20.
this is what it's all about. That horrible go big. Now drop it in.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Exactly do.
Jamie
See plan
Kelling.
A.
And that's
all you can do. It's break a throw. That's all you can do. You've got the darts. That's when you backstage ready to play. Alec, just give him the opportunity in the match to throw for the game and then pass it over to Arron Monk. All you can do is your job.
And we saw something there from Jake Carey. I haven't seen too often this week. The big celebration. He knew how important that was. He now has the throw for a 4-2 victory, which would put him on 10 points.
100.
Plus 2 legs difference, which would mean Arron Monk would only need to, well, he'd need to secure 2
60.
legs to be level with him on legs difference. If he gets 3 legs, he'll finish above Jamie Kelling. It'd then be down to what Stefan Bellmont could do in the last game if Monk loses. The easiest equation for Arron is winning you in.
All interesting stuff.
81.
I wonder how Aaron's feeling. Obviously, he's great friends with Jamie.
59.
Is he wanting to win? You know, is he thinking of himself in there?
As good of friends they are, both are professional enough to know that they're just going to go out there and do their job. Both will be respectful.
60.
Both will be mindful of that fact.
Rebels have deserted him in this leg. Always a 1-3-4.
96.
Nothing in the game, nothing in the averages.
55. Alec, you've got 112.
To remember, he's got the darts in the last leg as well. It's going to be a decisive moment in this game.
Yes.
Treble 14, treble 18
52.
maybe. That leaves a finish we love. Jamie's got to put some pressure on, and he's doing exactly that. This is cracking, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating when you think, I can't buy a treble. Then all of a sudden, when it's really out of my hands, the trebles come flying.
128. Alec, you've got 60.
He was missing these yesterday, these 60s. He was missing them. But he looks like a different man today. Can you get this double 10?
Game shot on
Certainly
the
can.
sick flag.
It's 3-3.
Small.
He's brought this back to a level game. It's a deciding leg. It's a tie-break one. Jamie has to win this to stay in the competition.
7th and final leg is Alec to throw
Alec
first.
Small starts.
And what a start with it. What a start. The perfect start.
180.
And Kelling is on the canvas.
60.
Body language, read it. Read his frustrations.
100.
Needs to max himself now. There's no other option.
140.
That's a classy response. And you just never know when you're up against Alec.
81.
The whole body went into that last dart. And one of the reasons, if you're watching, never give up.
135.
Classy.
Alec, you've got 140.
6 starts then from 140 for the match. Double 16
Game
to
shot on
eliminate
the
Jamie
match.
Kelling from the
Alec
running
Small.
here in Group C. And Alec Small will finish his week here at the MODUS Super Series with a victory by 4 legs to 3 against Jamie Kelling with a 90.47 average. 3 maximums apiece. It was a superb game in the scoring stakes. 4 from 12 on the doubles. That high checkout, as we saw there, of the 140. And so we take a short break. And when we return, Arron Monk needs to win. If he does, he is through to tomorrow night's final. If Parry picks up the point, we are going all the way to game 30 in Group C.
and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. No, Glendarren hasn't changed this much. I am joined by the current league leader. How does it feel? Coming into today, we were saying you seemed like a man, even though you had 6 points, a little low on confidence, but today you have produced the best darts of anyone.
I've been low on confidence for about 3-4 months, and I was dreading this week, but hoping to find a little bit to get me through.
And where did that come from? Because from the first game that you played today, it just seemed like a completely different Lee Cox up on that stage.
My other half, she gives me a lot of support. My friends, my family, they know what I can do. They also know that I've been struggling for a few months, and it's not there at the minute, but by qualifying for tomorrow is a big push.
And it's gone the right way for you, hasn't it? Because when you're low on confidence, playing in this format, it can go one of two ways. Because if you're losing game after game after game, it can have the adverse effect and you can feel even worse about yourself. But the way that you've done it, look at that table. Oh, it's just disappeared as I pointed to it. There it is, it's come back. You are sitting top of the table. This must do wonders for your confidence.
It does. I didn't expect this. I come down here to play every game and try and win every game. I know I've got the game, but when you're that low in confidence, every dart is a struggle. So to be there and to qualify for tomorrow already with one game to play is massive.
I'm sure you could have done with knowing that before your last game against Alec Small, though, because we were all saying it, they were saying it in comms. Is he even aware that he's already through? Because that last leg, there were some nervy darts, weren't there?
I had no clue. But I'm here to win every game. It's not about this will be enough. You're here to win every game. I said to myself this morning, it's knockout darts. Win every game. It's not been pretty, but I've done the job.
And tomorrow night, you will be playing up on that stage in front of, hopefully, a packed-out crowd. That's going to be incredible experience for you, isn't it?
It will be, but that also can bring out my best darts. I like playing in front of a crowd. I'm used to it with my county experience, so hopefully tomorrow we get it filled up in here and I'll do the biz, turn up.
And you've mentioned how low you've been, but this MODUS Super Series, it can be crucial, can't it, for a darts player's career?
Yeah, very. Last time I was involved in this in Southampton, it wasn't good. We had personal reasons. I tried. I was here. Luckily, I got back. I got invited back, and I think they know that I can play the game. I'm probably at 60%. Yeah, I need to push it up. I know that, but if it clicks, I can win this.
Well, we certainly believe that because it's already been clicking today for you. You have got one more match. You can play that with a bit of freedom, though, so might we even see your best average of the day up there?
There's never freedom. It's still hard work up there, but we'll give it a go.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be looking forward to that. That is the last game of the day, and there may be something to play for Stefan Bellmont in that one as well, so you could end up ruining his afternoon, because if Arron Monk doesn't get the victory, Stefan Bellmont is still within a chance of qualifying for finals night. Let's see how Monk gets on, though, first. He's up against Parry.
Thank you very much, Abby. Big game this for Arron Monk. Win, and he is in up against Parry. But before we preview that game, let's just reflect on what we've just heard from Lee Cox there. And we both were listening to that interview quite intently, and he said all the right things, and are very open and very honest in his appraisal of things on and off the hockey.
My notes say what a refreshing interview. I enjoyed it, softly spoken. But I can relate to it. I'm someone who's been very low in confidence, so I sort of get him. I understand where he was at, but I maintain what I said earlier. When you get these opportunities to come to the MODUS Super Series, you grab it, and that's exactly what he's done. And it can only be great for his confidence moving forward. You're looking for a spark, you're looking for a catalyst, you're looking for something to move forward, and that's what the Super Series has done for him this week.
Absolutely. Arron Monk is looking to move forward into the finals tomorrow night. He can guarantee it with victory here against Parry.
Are we going to see the best of Parry? he's so relaxed anyway. You couldn't tell if he was top of the league or bottom of the league, and I have enjoyed watching him.
100.
He hasn't been too far away from sort of qualifying for himself. We were both sort of aghast a little bit when we seen the table there. How Alec Small's now in 3rd position, and if he just amended a few of those 4-3 results, and amend them to a positive instead of the negative result, we could be talking about Alec being
100.
there. So yeah, he finished off a marathon like a 100-meter Usain Bolt.
Arron Monk is hoping for a similar sprint to the finish.
Arron Monk will be mentally thinking, I knew you'd play well against Kurt. I just knew you'd play well against me. Just when you knew I needed to win this game. Because that's the type of thing that your brain's telling you. And you've got to try and get rid of them thoughts and just focus on your strengths and focus on just winning this game.
57. Okay, you require 91.
So 91 for the opening leg for Kurt Parry. Tops he wants. Double 10.
Game shot on the first
15
leg.
dart opening leg for Kurt Parry. A lovely, lovely start for the Welshman in his last game of the group.
Second leg is Arron to throw first.
See this go to the last match. It's been a grueling group. Let's be honest with them. 4-3s yesterday. It was tough. It was tough for the players. It was tough to watch at times because the tension, the pressure on them all. Is it going to go down to the last game?
The final throws.
80.
Now, for Stefan Bellmont, he needs a big victory for Kurt Parry. There's a 4-leg swing in the legs difference. So the bigger the win for Kurt Parry, the easier Stefan's job will be, because it could be a case of him having to win by a certain margin and a certain score line.
Sounds like a party political broadcast. We're talking about big swings.
$98.
Progression means progression.
Yes. Stolen.
180. Arron, you require 170.
I'm not going to say nothing. And that's why. That's sort of summed up my commentary this week. I've been desperate for a big fish. I've been desperate for a 9-darter. But they'll come tomorrow night, I'm sure.
How about that for applying the pressure?
Arron, you require 89.
Monk returns for 89 to level us up. 82 left. Bull double 16.
Big dart.
41.
Unbelievable.
But you require 61.
Unconventional, but that is Arron Monk. 61, double 18. This dreaded double 9.
52. Arron, you require 48.
Big sigh of relief there from Arron. 6 or an 8. Untraditional. Double 16, double 8. Big dart.
Game shot on the second leg.
Big shout.
Arron Monk.
Arron Monk makes it 1-1. Huge game, even in the scoring department, in the sense that legs difference could come into it also. So a big win, hence the reaction.
At times when Arron plays, there's no point in us being here because he kind of does the commentary for us for his celebrations.
Yeah, the room shakes a little bit. Especially after a loss, and he goes back into that practice room. We turn all the music down and everything.
125.
So he wears his heart on his sleeve.
There's a bit of Brit pop
60.
in there last night.
Yes, 2 different practice rooms have had, 2 different groups. That's certainly for sure.
58.
Monk.
Well, you could hear exactly what Arron felt about that.
58.
I love it. I love watching him. Just see his brain ticking away there.
59.
He'd be a fantastic asset on Saturday night with a crowd. He'd love it.
140.
And we'd love you to join us. Dartshop.tv, the place to go to get your tickets for tomorrow night's final. Please do join us.
84. Okay, 147.
No more snooker puns, please.
41.
in a leg where he didn't look like he was going to be taking anything from it. That dart potentially makes him favourite for it. Big 15.
135. Kurt, you record
Done him
106.
no favours with his 41 last time. He needs the treble 18. He hasn't got it.
58.
Arron Monk showing
Arron
some
in
huge
require
bottle
40.
here under the almightiest of pressure. Will break a throw and a 2-1 lead. He stares down tops, now double 10.
30.
But that is a huge miss.
I'll close my eyes then to
Okay,
see
you
if I could hear
require
the shout and
48.
the scream, because that's what we would have got if that had gone in.
Game
You would
shot
think
the
after that
third
first
leg.
dart you just couldn't
Kurt
miss. It was
Parry.
the perfect marker. And Aaron's in the background. I can't take my eyes off him after every dart that Kurt's thrown there. It's Kurt that
Fourth leg,
leads
it's Arron to
2-1.
throw first.
Aaron's got an awful lot to do here to maintain his stage in this group. And maybe just overthinking the
57.
situation. Needs to get back to just what he was doing early doors. He just looked so good when he was so focused. Kurt's just doing what Kurt does.
100.
For me, Arron should go back to the table, have a swig of water and just recompose. He just keeps coming back round and then looking
94.
at what his opponent's doing. Just give yourself a couple of seconds.
It's very difficult. It's very difficult because your mind is playing games. It's afterwards that you think, why
140.
didn't I just slow the game down? Why didn't I go for a drink? But right now he's sort of a little bit in panic mode. He's probably trying to work out everything that's going on when the
100.
simple thing to do is just win the match.
The cogs are whirling.
55.
Is the tide turning? And is Stefan Belmont going to find a way, somehow, some way?
43.
That would be a story because he's never been in it. He has never been in this competition.
54.
I think I wrote Stefan off about 2 hours ago. But he'd be in the background there, be Parry's biggest supporter, that's for sure. That's what he should be doing. This is what we asked him to do. Take a drink of water, slow the process down and get back to that focus. He's staring at that treble 20 now.
Big last start.
Okay, record 152.
152 won't be done, so Arron Monk will return for 123
60.
to
Arron, record 123.
level us up at 2 apiece. Still on.
66.
Yeah, left
Okay,
102
record
there, so he
92.
set it up nicely. But we've seen this many times today. And again, the goal's so direct.
52.
It has worked for some
Arron,
people.
require 57.
A lot of people would still go for the bullseye. But he's that 50-odd number.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
The usual
Arron Monk.
outcome there that's been so positive from every single player that's played this week. Them 2 dark clutch finishing has been probably the biggest thing
Fifth leg,
for
it's
everybody.
Kurt
It's
to
been
throw
absolutely
first.
fantastic, and Arron maintains
Game
that.
on.
He's back in the match. It's another leg on the board. Advantage Monk.
Indeed it is. Only needs 2 more legs
100.
now to secure safe passage to Saturday night's finals.
100.
Ton's okay, but it hasn't made a huge inroad on the parry throw.
I'm doing something that I said I wouldn't do. I'm trying to work out if he loses this game, does Belmont need to win 4-0? But just too much going on. Just focus on the TVs, Glenn.
30.
It just makes
92.
the game look so easy at times. I think when he looks back, it'll be with a bit of frustration. He doesn't look like he's playing like someone who should be
91. Okay,
bottom of the table.
129.
At times, he just looks effortless what he's doing. Another 16 will leave tops.
89.
After 12 darts, Parry's on tops. And when it's your
44.
throw, if you can,
Okay,
if
you
you can do
require
15
40.
darts or under, it's very, very difficult to beat. He composes himself. It's a great marker.
No score.
Probably just the story of the past 2 days for Parry, an area can really improve.
He's going to return for the tops, and this is interesting times for Stefan
45.
Belmont. Realistically, he needs Parry to win 4-2.
40.
Tops it is. Double 10. Up for 5.
35.
And now it gets messy.
Interesting. 'Cause nobody likes that finish of 5, that's for sure. And Arron will be thinking he wants 2 trebles here. Just when he thought he was never in this leg.
40.
How?
Can
Why?
you require 5?
What am I doing wrong? Why is it going wrong? Maybe overthinking to the max.
Three. Arron, you require 151.
Arron's not out of this leg at all now. This would be divine inspiration, but Parry on Madhouse, anything's possible if he can get a treble, but he
48.
doesn't.
Can you require 2?
Parry's average. This is his 22nd dart in this
Games
leg.
on the 5th leg. Kurt Parry.
Straight in. Why did they do that? But it did. You've got to move on. Still a huge leg.
Safe leg,
Still
it's
a
Arron
huge
to
game.
throw first.
It's still, believe it or not, advantage Monk.
45.
But he's opened the door.
Arron. 59.
Parry couldn't open it.
I think I can see Stefan Belmont in the practice room with a Kurt Parry scarf. He's his biggest cheerleader right now.
100.
Darting merch.
59.
Why have they been deserting me? Be
137.
thinking he puffs out because he knows the game's there. He knows how important that throw was. He'll know the situation.
140.
If you hit me with the left, Parry will hit you with the right. Downstairs, surely.
99.
So 120 upon his return, but under how much pressure?
140.
A significant amount.
120.
To take us to a last leg. Single. Double.
Game shot in the 6th
And we are
leg.
going to the
Arron
7th
Monk.
leg. If Arron Monk wins it, he is through to tomorrow night's final. If Kurt Parry wins it,
7th and final
we
leg, it's
will
Kurt
go
to throw
down
first.
to the final game of the session. But if it does, Stefan Belmont will have to win
60.
4-0.
Love it. Darting drama.
139.
He's been second best in this match, Monk. He's lost games he should have won this week.
180.
Is it going to be a role reversal here? That doesn't help his cause, though.
The end could be nigh in this match for Monk.
100.
May not be the end of his hopes this week. He's going to have to await the outcome of Belmont against Cox if he loses this.
60.
But that 60 has opened the door for Arron. Goes across for the 18's first start. Good thinking. But the good work on the treble 18 has been outdone, but recovers it well with the last. So 144 after 9. What can Parry do in response?
That's a lot.
Arron in record
Is the answer.
144.
Another double 12.
132.
And that would have been some way to seal your place in Saturday's final.
61.
So Monk will return for double 6 to seal his
100.
place
Arron, you require 12.
in Saturday's showpiece. And Monk
shot out of the
makes
match.
finals night.
Arron
He
Monk.
is there. He is through. And the man from Andover will return for Saturday night's Darty Party in Pompey. And it will be loud. It'll be walkers. It'll be boisterous, because Arron Monk has made it with an 81.5 average, 4 from 11 on the checkouts, and that 120 finish swung the game in his direction. So congratulations to Arron Monk, who has qualified for tomorrow night's finals. Congratulations goes to him. One more game to go in our group. It's Lee Cox against Stefan Bellmont, and that's coming up after this short break.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Arron Monk has just sealed his spot at finals night. He came through yet another last leg decider in Group C to do so. An 81.5 average from Monk in that one. As you can see, his highest checkout, a 120, that Shanghai finish, was to take the game to a last leg decider. Parry had his opportunities. He certainly at times made Stefan Bellmont think that he might have something to play for in the final game of the afternoon session. But as we can see when we look at the league table, there is nothing left on this match. Arron Monk currently sits top of the table, but Lee Cox, of course, is involved in our last match, so he can finish top of the table with a victory in this one. There isn't anything for Stefan Belmont to play for anymore. So, joining Danny Lauby at finals night, we have Arron Monk and Lee Cox. Of course, just a quick reminder that we will be back from 10 p.m. this evening with the conclusion of the action from what promises to be an incredible night of action in Group B as well. But to round off this afternoon session, we have Stefan Belmont against Lee Cox in the company of Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
And so one final order of business as Lee Cox takes on Stefan Belmont. A win for Lee, and he will go top of the group at the end of play. All we're going to do is dot the I's and cross the T's. Talking of T's, hello again, Glenn.
Very good. You're getting better at this. I think we're both woken up a little bit there. It's been a long, long morning once again, but thoroughly enjoyable. It's been a great battle. There's 6 lads to my left in here, you know, who've given everything, and it nearly came down to the last game, but there's still a lot to play for Lee. Bragging right to finish top, going into tomorrow night knowing that you've won the group there, and still plenty to play for there.
Hey, first leg, it's Stefan to throw first.
Stefan does.
Game on.
So let's finish our Friday afternoon with a flourish. Whilst you've got the opportunity, let's talk about tonight's Group B, because it really is anyone's game. And you look at the table following the opening night's play, then we know Scott Williams obviously is out on top on 6 points, having won 3 of his 4 games. But then you've got Dennant 4, Osborne 4, and Białowieski 4, Gervin 2. 3 spots as well through from that group. Anyone's game.
We've talked about being a little bit weary today, but I tell you, every time we spoke about tonight and the group of, you know, the group of death of what is tonight, both of our eyes have sort of lit up, because personally, I can't wait. I thoroughly enjoyed last night. I thought it was tremendous, and I fully expect the same tonight. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Over the 58 legs that were played yesterday, combined across all the players, 91.74 average, 33 maximums, and 9 ton-plus outs. 4 of them from Scott Williams.
It wasn't so long ago that 90, you know, the 30 average used to be the benchmark for world-class darts. You know, if you're not averaging mid-90s now, you know, even getting into the hundreds now, you're not going to be winning anything in the sort of the big tours there. But 90 on average is over that from separate players. Nobody had a bad night. I mean,
Stefan, you require 85.
Belmont wants 85 to win this opening leg. 20 for the bullseye. Treble leaves double 5.
75.
Just above the wire, so Cox returns to 46 for a breaker throw in the opener.
He's wanted that 85 a few times, but it's double 18. Seems to be his go-to double today.
Lee
Cox served him well, and once again he sank that with aplomb. It's 1-0 Lee Cox.
14 data for Lee.
Second leg is Lee to throw first. Game on.
Spoke to Abby a couple of games ago, and I like the fact he was very honest. He said he's still only at 60%.
70.
If this is him at 60%, when he gets to 100, then watch out, everyone else.
It was interesting. He said the crowd might take him from 60% onwards as well. So, like many of us down, but it's tough down there. You know, the silence is deafening. It's, you know, you'd much rather play with the crowd, even if you're being jeered, or it's so much better there. It's, you've got to give full respect to these guys who are giving everything in there. It's gladiatorial. It's man against man today, player against player, and we've got 2 worthy qualifiers.
Let's have a quick chat as well about Danny Lauby. We haven't had the chance to really talk about with you since coming into the comms booth yesterday. How'd you rate his chances in the week he's had here?
Danny Lauby, I thought I was going to be playing Ali Pally last year. It was Lauby against Willie O'Connor, which was a tremendous game, and I knew my game was nowhere near where I wanted to be. But I would have much preferred Dan Lauby because of his pace, the inconsistency. I just admire the fact he's come over, like a lot of the North Americans are doing. You know, I've got close to Danny Baggish and people like that. And they've always spoken so well about Danny. So I'm really looking forward to him. And similar to Alec Small, the speeds can sometimes, I'm be keen to up close and personal again to see exactly how he plays. So it'll be interesting. But Lee Cox on 1-3-2 sensibly, even though he's qualified. He's ignored the bull, but onto this. The 45's disappointing. So yeah, brilliant winner. Really pleased for him, and he'd be a great addition tomorrow night.
10 p.m. Support Stuff TV. We'll see Lee Cox there as well, but we're looking to see whether he can finish top or not. If he wins this game, he will. That's in the single free, so 84 remaining.
I like treble 16 here because he loves that double 18.
39. Stefan, you require 48.
And how many times have we sort of seen this?
Game shown the second leg.
And we criticised him an awful lot yesterday about his unbelievable scoring and even doubted that he was been practicing on his doubles. But today's been
So
good. And
Stefan to throw first.
yeah, he's up to 50% very early in this game.
The max? No, not quite.
It would have been some story had he got through today because, like I said, we written him off a couple of hours ago. But I think what the Super Series does, it just sort of gives you that
96.
drama, that conclusion at the end, and people coming from nowhere. And let's be honest with you, that's how Danny Lauby got through. It was all about Nathan Gervin all the way through them 2 days, and then he spluttered and he struggled to get over that line, and
100.
Danny sprinted across the line in the end to be a worthy qualifier.
Drama is
66.
always guaranteed here at the Super Series. It's why it's so encapsulating, why it's so enthralling, why it's so watchable.
130.
Excellent thinking there from Belmont to leave him on 130 after 9. Cox couldn't leave a finish even if he hit a max.
100. Stefan, you require 130.
I'm just thinking of tomorrow night for Cox here. You want him to win this game. You want to go without 2 losses under the belt. So it's probably a bigger game, but he just looks like a bit of a spoiler, doesn't he, Stefan?
80.
The game's there. It's been the slow starts that I think, in the end, has cost him. Should he go for the bullseye here? Why
95.
not?
Stefan, you
A
require
bit of
50.
dirty fun.
It's all about integrity with these guys. It's all about integrity. It's you know, it's the type of man he is. I wouldn't
Stefan
expect him to go
Belmont.
for the bullseye there. But there's been a few occasions recently where people have gone straight for the bull, even in the Pro Tour, Euro Tour, as the World Series.
Fourth leg, it's
Why
Lee
not?
to throw first.
Stefan, I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. Come on, we want some shows.
140.
Tell you what, Scott Williams would have done it.
Oh, aye.
Probably would have done it to win the group.
Thoroughly enjoyed watching him last night. Apart from the bull one bull,
39.
but I thought he was absolutely superb. I think 2023, I mean, Ali Pally this year, no one will want to face him early doors, that's for sure. And he's a showman.
77.
So what's he going to be like in front of 3,000-4,000 people at Ali Pally? He's going to love it, isn't he?
The Christopher Biggins of darts.
96.
And he's been bagging big checks as well. Pro Tour winner this year, 4-time Challenge Tour winner. We'll see him tonight as part of our Group B
92.
coverage from 10 o'clock here on Sporty Stuff TV. Cox here, leaving himself on 192 after 9, well ahead of the curve in this leg.
140.
With the darts to level us up at 2 apiece in our final game of the group. A game that if he wins, he'd finish top of. If he loses, he will finish second.
100.
Just catching up on the Euro Tour results there as well. Cameron Menzies is out. Jan van Veen, Super Series guy.
100. Lee
One
require
of my stablemates,
92.
Kevin Doots. Treble 17 for his favourite double 18.
40. Stefan, you require 126.
Sort of come to a standstill this match now, hasn't it? What it needs is a spark, a 1-2-6 finish. Treble 16.
86.
Great
Lee
setup there,
require
but it's still
52.
advantage Cox.
Tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
To level us up
Lee
at 2
Cox.
apiece. And it is a best of 3 in our last game in Group C. Belmont with the darts in the 5th.
Fifth leg, it's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
If Cox is at 60% right now, he's going to be a handful on Saturday night.
139. 68.
Belmont in control of this leg with the darts. And of course, Belmont's going out there looking to win, but it must be tough when you know that your fate is sealed. You've got nothing to play for. And you're just going up there, and to be honest, you're just trying to showcase yourself. You want to try and win, but you're going to have that natural deflation because you are not through.
And it's the integrity, it's the professionalism of the man. Didn't doubt it. I mean, I'm sure there's some players who'll just want to get out the venue knowing that you can't qualify.
100.
You've got to be full admiration to Stefan. And like I said, we wish him good luck for Switzerland next week in the Europe Cup. I'll be looking out for results, but he needs a bit of a break now. So he's got the weekend to sort of get through this, get some rest. Get back. He said he's back home for one day, then he's straight off to Spain to represent with Thomas Youngans.
140.
Good friend of mine. He did bring some beautiful chocolates to when we used to go away. Thomas, I do miss him. Yeah.
As Stefan brought to the commentary box.
Oh, did he really?
96. Then you require 67.
Good job. I don't like chocolate. Double 16.
Game shot on the 5th.
Clinical.
Stefan Bellmont.
Clinical, but possibly a little frustrated that this didn't happen just a little bit earlier. And how exciting would it have been if Monk had lost that last game there? What would have happened? But ifs, buts and maybes. Bottom line is he's leading 3-2.
81.
And so Belmont one leg away from completing Group C with a victory, ending his week-long experience here
100.
at the Super Series on a high.
$140.
He's not going down here without a fight, and I think it's only apt that this game is going to go the full 7 legs. For me, that's what this group has been all about. And I'm sure this player's going to look back at 4-3 wins, 4-3 losses, and how it could have been such a different table with them last leg deciders. And
100.
that'll be my memory of this group, that's for sure.
Left himself on 180 after 9. He's going to get 6 from it to take us to leg 7. An awkward first start?
Not for him, just the way he just sort of sits there on top. I've been sort of looking at it because I was surprised last night with how Colin Osborne's sort of game has changed. That would have been the perfect first start for him there. He just wants the one. He just wants the 170. Come on.
41.
He didn't even go for the treble.
80.
Single. For double.
To go all the way.
60. Stefan, you require 170.
What a way to finish this group. What a way this would be. I'll give it the big one for you there, Stefan, as well.
100. Lee required 20.
So double 10 for Lee.
Game
to take us to leg 7, the final leg of the group. And it's Belmont who has the darts.
7 from final leg. It's Stefan to throw first.
Enjoy it, Stefan. It's your last leg here this week.
140.
Have some fun. Enjoy it. Make the most of the stage. Make the most of the opportunity.
60.
And a reminder, the darting drama has only just begun. We are back for Group B tonight from 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV. And of course on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Do give us a subscribe on there. Plenty of content coming up with the players, little bits with Glenn, myself, some of the referees as well.
$97.
Fortunately, the production staff haven't got quite the same interviews.
$140.
I think it'd be an audio-only interview anyway. Belmont's 204 points away from victory here in our last game in Group C.
94.
110 after 12. Lee's back on 2-4-1, but he will be back for the big one tomorrow night. The finals.
Stefan, you require 110.
110 to finish his week on a high. 18 for double 16.
78.
And that would have been a super way to finish for the Super Swiss. Triple 19. 2 12s.
129.
That would have been some way to finish.
Require 32.
And so Belmont returns for double 16
Game
to finish his week with
Stefan Bellmont.
a win. It's been a week of ups and downs, peaks and troughs, highs and lows, but it finishes with a high for Stefan Bellmont with a 4-3 victory against Lee Cox with a 3-dart average of 94.96. There was no maximums in our last game of the group, but it was 4 from 6 on the checkouts for Belmont, a high checkout of 67. But for Lee Cox, it may have been defeat, but the ultimate objective was to qualify for tomorrow night's finals, and he has done just that. He joins Arron Monk and Danny Lauby, who qualified through Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, and so we know half of the identities of the finals field tomorrow night from 10 p.m. Let's get all the reaction now. Glenn Durham's made his way up to the studio to join Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thanks very much, Henry. And I think before we even look ahead to who's qualified for finals night, it is worth giving a mention to Stefan Bellmont there. Superb average to end the day, a great performance from him. Yeah,
that would have been a great story for Stefan. There was a point in the commentary box there that we thought he was going to come from nowhere to actually qualify. And only Arron Monk, with that 4-3 in the penultimate game, sort of stopped that going there. But he's got the European Cup, Europe Cup next week in Spain. So he's got to look at the positives of what he's done this week. He's had challenge too. It's been a long week for him, but he did really, really well in that game there.
Yeah, positives for all of the players involved in Group C, I think it's fair to say, with the performances we saw from them today. Let's have a look then at how Group C has finished up. We can take a look at the league table there. Arron Monk, Lee Cox, Monk finishes top, but both going through on 12 points. A penny for the thought of Jamie Kelling at this moment in time. Yeah, it's quite sad. I did have a chat with him yesterday, and he's a genuinely nice guy. And he left here with the biggest smile on his face. And whereas, you know, today wasn't the day for Jamie Kelling, you know, it was the opposite for Lee Cox. So it's swings and roundabouts, as we say in darts. But a tough one for him. But he's got to maybe have a think why. Why was he so good yesterday? Why didn't it work today? And just have a look at the positives, work on the negatives. Yeah, important, that time of reflection, isn't it, as well, for any dart player. But Lee Cox, absolutely sublime. And when he was up here chatting, it was really interesting, you know, how low on confidence he's been, but also how low on confidence he was just to be having this chat. He said he was really, really nervous about it. He spoke so well. Refreshing was the word I put on my notes, and I can relate to that. I know what it's like to be low on confidence, but he had the bottle to come here. He didn't have a great time at the online league in Southampton. He hasn't had a great past few months on the dartboard, but that's what this is about, opportunity. And he grabbed it with both hands, and he's in Saturday night, and I'm absolutely delighted for him. And a big part of me stood on this balcony there was that 1-4-1 finish would have just been the icing on the cake. It most certainly would have. But we do have one more session coming up for you before finals night. We've got the conclusion of Group B this evening. Let's have a little look at how things stand going into tonight's session. Scott Williams, I have just seen on social media, he is looking for a shop in Portsmouth that might sell yellow trousers if he is to make it through to finals night, because he's not brought any with him. He is top of the table going into this final session. Do you see him going through? Of course, 3 players go through from this group. All I know is I can't wait for tonight. I knew he was a talent, and I fully expect him to go through. Matty Dennett was probably, he finished better than anyone. I thought Colin Osborne was the best dart he's thrown in a long time. Sebastian was just sat in it again. There was a moment there I thought he was just going to be overrun by everybody. And Nathan Gervin, how can we write off this mature 19-year-old? Anything can happen tonight, and personally, I can't wait. Absolutely, it really is finally poised ahead of our final session before finals night. You would not want to miss it. Come and join us from 10 p.m. for the conclusion of of Group B.